Well, salutations, everybody. It is a pleasure to be back. And immediately something was wrong, of course. Anyways, my friends, how is life treating you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going... I'll say... Gamescom gave us an interesting little announcement that Silk Song is indeed coming out on September 4th. And I'm not good enough at this game, so I ain't going to finish it before September 4th, but I figured I might as well end up jumping on the trend and playing a game that I actually really, really love. Because it's gorgeous art style, it's fantastic music, and honestly, it should always end up being given the love that it deserves in one and only the beautiful, the divine, the gorgeous, the one, the only Craic. Where the feck have you put the scene? Yes, Hallownest. How are things with you, my friends? Benny, has the drink hit you yet from the absolute 10 shades of arse walloping that Chelsea have decided to give West Ham today? I feel sorry for ye too, because like you've the makings of a good team there. Nicholas Falkrew isn't that bad of a player, and you have a couple of good players down the back. But I think the loss of Caicedo, unfortunately, is the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes down to ye. But what can you really do about it? Anyways, for the rest of you, my friends, how is your Friday night treating you? Is the weekend looking scrum diddly-umptious? I forgot to download something in between this, so at one point in time I'm going to need to do a wee bit of work, but that's about it. I mean, Potter isn't a bad manager. Let's be fair. Potter isn't a bad manager. It's just... He needs a better solidity for his team. And like coming off of Julian Lopetegui isn't exactly easy for anyone. I might need to look later on as to why my ad counter is broken, but for now, it's broken on the other ones. Sorry, this is just teething issues at this point. Oh no, it's broken on the other ones too. That's peculiar. Okay, I'll need to figure that out. I don't have any feelings towards Forbidden Door Up, to be brutally honest with you. Set this up before. Okay, anyways. Audio should be good. Let me know if you can't hear the game. Should be coming through okay, though. And I will try and make any additions that need to be done as things end up going on. I have a previous save in this where I have done a couple of things in it. I haven't 100%ed this game because... And I can almost guarantee you that won't be happening here either, and just playing it for fun at the moment. But we'll get in to this game for the moment and see how things end up going. The sad thing about it is, I don't really know what you can do for them in order to make them better either, and other than doing Sean Dyche ball and just going completely counter-attacking. Everything seems to be working okay now. Okay, so this, I think... It should make it work. Well, I'll worry about that in a second. I will say Bayern Munich are having fun versus Leipzig. Holy crap, 6-0 versus them. Not getting any audio. God damn it. Sorry, bear with me, guys. That works. If I do that, do I end up having a rollback on audio? Sorry, just bear with me 1 second, guys. Yeah. Yeah, so that isn't working for me. Cool, that should work better. Yes, cool, so we have it there. Sorry about that. Yes. And Moise Caicedo is one hell of a player as well, to be fair to himself. Anyways. For those of you that haven't seen this game before, its art style is absolutely gorgeous. And it starts things off in a cold way. And in order to ensure that it isn't too gory, they've made all of the blood orange. I love that in games. It's one of the things I love most about Danganronpa. If you ever look at that game, Danganronpa has all of the blood-colored pink, which is hilarious on certain scenes. But yeah. In terms of the Premier League this week, is there any surprises that people are thinking might end up happening? I know some hits thought that there was a chance that West Ham came out of this with a win. I think the big one is an awful lot. Some people are thinking that Burnley might walk away with a win against Sunderland. Oh, I don't have the double jump yet. Okay. That's one of the things about going back to these Metroidvania games too. When you have abilities, you forget that you had them. Like, at one point you get a double jump in this game, so the fact that I don't have it now is interesting. Keeper, but I don't know what you were expecting with that goalkeeper, to be honest, because like that's Leicester City's goalkeeper. Like, he is a championship goalkeeper. Okay, so we can't make that jump yet. Okay. I did. He collided with his own guy who's zonal marking. Zonal marking is an interesting kettle of fish, I'll end up saying, when it comes down to football, because, like, oftentimes it causes more trouble than it's worth. And by the way, like, in terms of being a character, this little guy here, the Hollow Knight himself, even though this isn't this guy's name, I actually forget what this guy's name is. Fair play to him for having the gall to jump. I wouldn't do it. This is how you know you need to retire your football club, when Trevor Chalobah is becoming part of the goal sheet. Dartmouth. Hello there, traveller. I'm afraid you're the only ones left here. The town has fallen on hard times. The other residents have all disappeared, headed down one by one into the caverns. Used to be there, the Craic kingdom beneath the town. It's long fell to ruin, yet still draws folks into its depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, the darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too will seek the dreams down there. Creatures turn. Yep. So. So we need to find all of the people in order to open any of these rooms. And, yeah. I will say, one of the things I like about Hollow Knight is the kind of feeling of dread that always comes across in this game. It always feels like everything is about to fall apart. Anyways, hey, it could be worse. Could be a Rangers situation where you just walk out and leave the stadium after 20 minutes of the game. But anyway, in we go now into the Forgotten Crossroads. I legitimately forgot how weak you are at the start of this game. It's funny though, to be honest though. I think they have a chance to. Do I think they will? No, to be honest with you. No, I don't. Although, I will say, it is very funny, very, very funny that Frimpong is already injured. Which means that Connor Brady will probably be given more time. The poor fool. The guy who has no future is going to be given more time. Because otherwise, who are you going to play on that right-hand side since Frimpong is injured? Snappiness of this art style too is gorgeous. I will say, looking at the pictures of Silksong versus this, there's a speed to Silksong that looks awesome. Now this game gets fast later on, but at the same point in time, there just is a speed to Silksong that isn't being showcased properly yet off of this game. And I wonder if Silksong will be that fast straight away. The atmosphere will be great for that. For Newcastle to beat Liverpool, or which bit, if you don't mind me asking? You don't actually. It might. Oh, I was gonna say. Thought I might have been screwed there for a minute because I don't have the double jump yet. Yeah, I'd say so. Well, it depends too, because I'd say the Newcastle fans are quite angry with the way that the board have handled this summer transfer window. Like, I'd say they're probably they're 10 days away from things getting really nasty at Liverpool. The same way as I think Spurs are 10 days away from things getting really, really, really bad, because like the Spurs fans seem to have lost their absolute gee bags. I mean, I can't really blame the Spurs fans, if I'm brutally honest. Like, they have been screwed every bloody state that they end up coming for. I don't believe that. I'd say the sad thing about football is fans have a very short-term memory. And if Isak came back in and started scoring goals, and he led to ye getting a trophy this year, they'd end up forgiving him mighty quick. Or even if he got them Champions League football, the fans would forgive him mighty quick, if I'm brutally honest. You might be right, but I'm not 100% sure now myself. This big boy was here. Well, it's a good thing it's a good thing I'm not doing a death counter. There is an apt comparison to the Eze deal, not Sol Campbell. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that, Duck. What, the fact that Sol Campbell went to Arsenal instead of Spurs, is it? God damn it. I don't need to beat him either, which is the other annoying thing about it, but I don't have my dash or anything yet. At least I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have anything yet. Yeah, but how do you relate it to Sol Campbell? Is what I'm asking. It's like, I think Eze will be a very good... Not Sol... Then why'd you bring up Sol Campbell? I didn't say Sol Campbell. Also, I love seeing the orange come out of these enemies because when you know the lore of this game, it's very interesting seeing the orange, especially the further you go into getting to where the first boss is. Which is here, by the way. No way. I was gonna say. Okay. Yep. That was bad timed, Craic. Yay! The anime world trigger. Yeah, I've seen that. It's a good show. The thing I didn't like about it was when I tried watching it. Was I watched it dubbed. And, sorry. And the Infinite Tits decided, when they ended up doing that, to just skip it into the pre-set stuff, because obviously it goes through post-production and the whole lot. But I will say, based on what I've seen, I am not a fan. It does not look that, it does not look that rosy, is all I'll say. Like, that actor who's playing Hagrid is always good and it's always sound in whatever he's in, but like it just doesn't have the proper feel to me. It just feels very much like Halloween costumes. Now again, we haven't seen the full thing done, so not fair to judge anything off of the pre-set scenes. But it just has a very odd feel to it. What about you? What have you liked what you've seen so far of the set images of Harry Potter, or have you any feelings for it? There 2 and 4. Doing the opening song in the English was sacrilege, in my opinion, if it was a Japanese sub. I'll have to read that one again. So, doing opening songs in English for the dub is sacrilege, in my opinion, if it was Japanese and sub. I don't agree. I don't agree so long as it's done tastefully. Like, sometimes there's songs that are done for the dub that are in English that are just good. Like, the Dragon Ball song, Rock the Dragon, is honestly one of my favorite bits of songs ever put to media. And, like, that's probably considered sacrilege to some people. You know? So, I don't know if I agree with you on that one, my friend. Yeah, like Rock the Dragon is just an amazing song. Dragon, rock the dragon, Dragon Ball Z. I really like Jarell Hado, so it'll be interesting to see how he ends up doing. And like when you're 4 goals up is a good time to bring on an 18-year-old to see how they do. Also, the entirety of this night was just this small little guy there. It's nice to know that I haven't lost that ability, because I'm going to need that later on. I know it doesn't look like it based on the fact that I'm playing this again, but like when I played this game originally, I played it on the Steam Deck, and it's surprising how different it is playing a game on the Steam Deck versus a controller. I know they're similar in design and aspect, but the Steam Deck, you hold it at that length there, so it feels different whenever you're actually playing on the Steam Deck as opposed to a controller, which is interesting. Yeah, by the way, this is a game that I think you would pretty much have to play on controller. I put it on the other day. I saw some horrific news. Go on, let us know what it is, because I can't read your mind. Okay, finally we get something. We get the ability. Which one is this? I think this is the dash. No, Vengeful Spirit, fair enough. I have never been good at using this. One of the things I recommend you end up doing is watching a speedrun of Hollow Knight. The way people are able to use Vengeful Spirit to break this game into two is fascinating. Fascinating. I've always been more of a melee-centric buck when it comes down to these type of games, unfortunately. But this bloody ability can smoke this game into bits if you know what to do with it. Especially considering there are cores you can end up getting later on that make this Vengeful Spirit move bonkersly strong. We haven't gotten it yet, but there's also a way to shoot it up the way in the whole lot. Like the one of the things about this game's Metroidvania style is the power-ups it gives you are understandable as well and incredibly busted. That's what another thing I'm going to be interested in with Hollow Knight, to see, or with Silksong, see how they end up implementing some of the changes that this boy gets, this character gets, as opposed to a regular minion of this world. Soul Catcher. Equip the charm to activate a powerful ability. Yep. That's their name of them. Charms.
Namino.
Bula bula. Someone tried to board a plane in Ireland to go to Comic-Con. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, he had lolicon material. He was arrested because he had lolicon material on his phone, and they arrested him for child pornography, even though it was just lolicon material. I mean, however you want to end up reacting to that one, I'm indifferent to lollies, so eh. I mean, that's a conversation that an awful lot of people have had, Duck. It's a talking point that's going to continue to be quite controversial, because there are an awful lot of people, even within the anime community, that have no place for lolicons. I don't see the appeal in lolicons at all. But at the same point in time, when you have a character that's 1,000 years old that looks like a 12-year-old, and then you're doing crap with that character, that is a bit... to each your own, I suppose. To be arrested for it is something else anyways, but I don't know. I don't really have that much of a comment, unfortunately. But I know what ended up happening. Chibi Reviews, who is an anime content creator that I sometimes ended up watching brought it up on his X. I would recommend watching some of their videos, by the way. They're typically fairly good. But it is an interesting thing for someone to end up getting arrested for now, to be honest. But like, Ireland and Britain, more Britain than Ireland, but we're both kind of in the same cloth of this, have arrested people for hate speech as well. So, like, it's hard to understand what the hell is up with Ireland and Britain. They're both kind of just, like, semi-authoritarian in the last wee while. Someone ended up getting arrested for calling Micheál Martin, when he was Taoiseach, a ghoul, which was really funny considering Simon Harris, who is the current Taoiseach, oh no, he's not the current Taoiseach, who was a Taoiseach at one point in time, called Trumpet. Yeah, but what can you do? Or is hiring? I always get, anyway, whatever. Irish politics, who gives a crap about it? We're the most boring political area in the world. Our biggest bloody political thing that's happening at the moment is the fact that we're getting a president at some point. Yay! There's herself. I think Silksong is meant to be a prequel to this. As a game design thesis too, I will say I find the way they do the story in this very, very interesting in Hollow Knight, because they don't give you a lick of what the actual story to this game is until you're about halfway, if not even more, into the game. Like, you can go more than halfway into this game and never be told a lick of what the story is. And that's an interesting way of doing your story, because that means one of two things. You are astonishingly proud of your story and don't need to spoon-feed it to people, or you have the complete opposite feel about it. And of course, this being a Metroidvania as well, it does a story in the way of we only tell you the absolute bare necessities, and everything else you can find out yourself later on by going to random other areas. I will say, I hate this map system so much. I forgot how much I hated this map. If I believed it was this only ruling party ideology and ways of dealing with it, I think all of them in the UK and EU mostly. I don't know, I haven't put much thought into it, and to be honest, I'm not going to. I don't care that much about it. Anyways, you never told me. How are you feeling for this weekend anyway? Have you anything exciting planned, Senior Duck? What's that note there? I think there's something here, isn't there? Yes, you. Tiny squib. You approach fearless. Are you a hunter like me? Do you feel the urge inside to stalk, to kill, understand. Then take it, my journal. It will aid you at first. The text may seem difficult to discern, but the learned hunter will understand its words. Venture deep, prove you're worthy. I don't actually know if you ever find out who is inside of this. I can't actually remember if you ever find out who's inside of this. Anyways, if it was that thought the way next, might get an earful. She's an MP in my area and assistant to the current Prime Minister. She came to my house the other day. I just missed her my weekend, you say. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have an actual, like, bigwig in your area, you might as well just talk to them. Have a proper conversation with them. But in general, it's an entirely waste of time. Also, these poor little fuckers. This collectible right here is probably one of the saddest things in all of gaming, if I'm brutally honest, because it looks so happy, it looks so cheerful. If you walk away from it, it gets really, really sad. Okay? So because of that, when you end up coming back, it really wants to get free, so you kind of have to free it. It cheers itself up, it runs away, it does well, it's happy, Bob's your uncle happy out. I'm going to spoil it, considering I don't know how much of this game I'm actually going to show on stream, so anyone that doesn't want to know what ends up happening with those little boys, silence yourself for a second until you play the game yourself. But once you get all of them, you end up seeing the mother grub. And basically, she eats them. This game has a dark, dark, dark background. Salutations, Senior Skull. What's a crack-a-lacking with you? Any news with you, my friend? Hello, Eve. I think it's Eve, isn't it? Balder. Nope, we haven't figured her out yet. We'll figure her out when we end up facing her. Oh yeah, no, yeah. There we go, Senior Duck. But definitely do play this game, by the way. Definitely do end up playing this game. It's beautiful. Oh, not too bad. How were their reaction to that, my friend? I'd say they were pretty excited, were they? Happy out to that one. I do love how the point of that one is to get used to timing, to just send things back properly. This map is completely useless, by the way. I've lost completely where the hell I am. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with her, to be honest. WWE is odd. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is Fog Canyon. We're not coming here yet. There's nothing we can do in Fog Canyon yet. You knew before my parents, which is wild. Well, that's your choice. I don't know why you chose to let me know before them. But I suppose, thank you. Why? Did you actually go to the event? Did you end up getting a ticket to go to it? Why'd you leave already if you did? like, there's going to be dark match things in the whole lot. What's that say? You're straight from the... Oh, yeah. Is there a reason why you're giving that fact into the into the stream there, Duck? I do know that's one of the things you do need to be careful of, though. That area of the head on children. But I don't have kids, so I don't need to worry about it. And with the way my life is going, I probably never will. So that's good. You weren't going to be able to tell anyone. Well, I suppose that's true. Except the people in my life, but I suppose they're not important to you. You said you must turn to a hospital monster. Oh, okay. I have a... fair enough. Very... based on the way things are at the moment, that would be bonkersly unlikely, my friend. And I don't really care. Screw it. Sound either way. There's a statistic that's out there. Now, keep in mind that when it comes down to statistics, that 68% of statistics are wrong 38% or 32% of the time. But there's a statistic that out there that if you aren't married and have your first kid by the time that you're 30, there's a 50% chance you will never be married and never end up having a kid. Which is an interesting stat. If true. So what you're basically saying to me, Duck, is you want me to stop streaming and actually get a life. This is just a subtle way for you to turn around and tell Craic to shut up and go away. I see how it is. I see how it is. I thought we were better friends than this, Duck. How come you're quitting the job? I thought you got the position that you wanted, Skull. That's interesting. Weird as all hell, especially considering the time period that your grandfather would have been around for. He probably would have been shunned quite significantly for doing that. For it being that length of time before he got married and the whole lot. Oh, they won't give you the paternity leave, is it? Fair enough. Those are the choices you need to make, annoyingly. I think we're getting close to a boss fight again.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked more people don't do. And by the way, I say this knowing that an awful lot of people do talk about this OST, but I am kind of shocked that this OST hasn't been talked about more, because it is just gorgeous tranquility. If you don't end up buying this game, buy the OST anyways. I am doing dreadful here. I clicked on Skull's name and it said it was unable to fetch the account. So what you're basically saying is that it's a bot account specifically designed in order to make me feel crap. That's nice to know. It's nice to know that humanity has gotten to the point now of making a bot specifically to troll me. Genuinely, this is so shocked. I could have sworn this map was better when I ended up using it before. Oh no, you don't need to explain it, lad. It's understandable. They weren't able to end up giving you what you needed. You've more important situations to end up standing with at the moment. If they don't end up giving it to you, you need to go with it. There's no need to give a justification for it. It's just annoying that it had to happen. By the way, why isn't this working? Load a game save, which I have. The checklist on the right. Okay, that's all green and gray. Oh, okay. No, that's the reason for that. Okay, I need to change the this crowd control isn't working at the moment. I was trying to figure out why. It's because the game needs a mod for it. That's what I get for not reading. All I wanted was an extra 2 weeks, as it's going to last 2 weeks before season ended. They wouldn't agree to let me take the month off. Means I be able to stream more, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. Time will tell, Duck. I'm not going to say yes to anything for the time being, because I don't know what my own schedule is like at the moment, to be honest with you. So, we'll see later on. Also, I accidentally dropped down when I wasn't meant to, so that's fun. But yeah, we'll see. Besides, at the moment, with some of the rumblings that are going on, something that's really, really interesting is some of the rumblings are stating that pretty much all of the online functionality of FM is being removed from the game. None of us know because Sports Interactive haven't told us, but there is quite a lot of rumbling going along at the moment that all of the online content of the game is being extracted from the game. There actually isn't going to be any multiplayer settings at all, so that would be daft, genuinely, for the editor not to be a thing, considering that that's an entirely additional EXE. It's not even part of the base game, it's just a DLC to it, and they normally sell it for 15 quid. So genuinely, with money being one of the principal factors they're going to be looking for in this game, it would be absolutely bonkers for them not to have it. Somehow we're back in... Huh. How did we get back into here? Calm down, Craic.
I mean, you try to. Whether or not you succeed is an entirely different kettle of fish, Skull. You try to rage bait me. Whether or not you get seed is an entirely different kettle of fish. You leave that up to your interpretation. Yeah, he killed me. Ay. I mean, I don't know if that counts as being succeeding in it. I just respond back to everyone. I mean, that's actually a fairly fair comparison. It does have some relativity to Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet & Clank, if I'm brutally honest, is probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite PlayStation IP. I mean, I'm a massive fan of the current state of God of War. I must admit, I'm not a fan of the original God of War at all. Those first 3 games, I wasn't a fan of the original Kratos. I understand why people were, and all the more to you for being a fan of that character arc and that character design and blah 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 blah. But it's just interesting to me. Okay, so we are. I need to find whatever charm puts me on this goddamn map. Oh, we have to fight you again. Nice. This is like the new game coming out, forget the name, Silk Song. Well, this is literally the prequel to Silk Song, so that would make sense. Like, this is an absolutely phenomenal game, but like most of these games, unfortunately, I'm a bit crap at them. But I've played 50 hours of this game, so you'd think I'd be better at it. But it's interesting going back to these games because when you're going back to these games, you feel awfully underpowered. Because obviously you've lost a load of your abilities. God damn it, how did that miss? Like, that's the thing with that skill. If you can get it working, the amount of damage it does is bonkers. Now, one of the other reasons why I never enjoyed that skill is because that skill, you lose the ability to heal yourself. Zot the Mighty. We'll see. Maybe in the future. Timing would be a big matter into that one, whether or not we could get a time that would suit both of us, but time will tell.
Rory, my friend, what's a crack-a-lacking with you? How is life treating you? Is all going good? Pleasure to have you in. Playing a bit of Hollow Knight today at the moment.
We didn't have enough to run him down. Oh, yeah.
Heading good. Yeah, heading into TY.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that one, but probably not. I mean, I'm always one for doing the travel, so I'd love to head into TY just to end up doing the bloody trip. When I was in school, I would have loved to have done the trip because our school ended up going to France. France, if you'd believe it.
I would love to have done that.
No, I remember you. I just wasn't sure what you meant by that. I think you meant to say you're heading into TY more than am I heading into TY. I'm just being a smart arse, by the way, Rory. But I've always been a smart arse, as you know yourself. I mean, if it suits me, I have no problem doing playing FM or playing a different game and doing a watch along of a United game. My biggest problem when it comes down to the United game, to doing watch alongs, is there are so many people doing them, and it's such a saturated market that it wouldn't matter anyway. And so I just do it when it suits. So at the moment, what is being suggested is that Onana will end up staying. We'll try and see if we can find someone to replace someone to buy Belinda, because it's more likely we'll get money for Belinda than we will for Onana, and that Onana will end up working in comparison with Lemens, who will be the secondary goalkeeper just because he's young and hasn't the full experience yet. So Onana will probably still be the main goalkeeper. Onana will probably be in goals versus Fulham, but it could be Belinda, and then everything changes if it is. Hornet. Hornet, the main character of Silksong. I still don't know why it's called Silksong, by the way. I mean, I understand that, and an awful lot of people will feel the same as you. As I've turned around and I've said before, are you sure about that? I know they can turn around and state that Onana didn't travel with the squad and therefore isn't part of the squad for the game, but I wouldn't actually make the fact that he hasn't traveled not be a showcase that he's not in the squad. Especially considering during the press conference, Amram went out of his way to state that he was available. You know? I haven't been looking on social media to see any of the news about players or the situation or who traveled with the squad or anything like that, so I can't comment whether or not he has actually joined people into the squad. So I will 100% bow down to whatever knowledge you have at the moment when it comes down to that one. But, yeah, but when do you ever get confirmation of who's in the squad? You don't get a confirmation of who's in the squad until, you know, after the squad. Until the day of the game. I wish it was a seat before that. Well, there probably is a seat before that Hornet fight. I'm just a tit and didn't find it. Oh, okay. Well, that would have been beneficial if I wasn't such a tit. I went the whole way around and didn't end up taking down the quick access point. We have to fight you again, big man. So let's see if that counted as a hit. Honestly, I think the reports of Ruben telling Onana he doesn't want you is true. Well, we know he doesn't want Onana. Like, we know he doesn't want Onana. That's why we keep getting linked to more goalkeepers. But at the same point in time, Ruben is playing this slightly smart. As he turned around there and he said, Hoyland has been completely dropped from the squad and is acting like a professional from it. There's no conversations of Hoyland coming back into the squad. However, everything changes once the end of the season comes around and we see exactly who is left. If we still have the players around, then the players will be integrated back in. That's why when people are turning around saying that Garnacho has definitely 100% not played for United again, he probably is 100% not played for United again, but at the same point in time, it's not a situation if Ruben wouldn't use him. And if we were in completely desperate arrears, don't be shocked if we end up using him again. Especially if an injury... Fuck off! That's what I get for trying to be cute. There's been no real posts stating that he wanted Costa over anyone. And that's the thing when it comes down to an awful lot of these journalists. It's hard to bloody know, because, like, supposedly he's a great admirer of Donnarumma, but then again, water is wet. So when it comes down to football, an awful lot of that is horse malarkey. And funnily enough, I've been following a couple of channels online, and Costa's stats aren't actually that good. Specifically this year. In the last year, Costa's stats have decreased quite a significant amount, which is interesting to say from a footballing perspective. That in the last year, he's performed fairly, well, not bad. Bad isn't the proper word, but for the standards that he had the year beforehand, he hasn't been good. It's fair to say. But the other thing about it too is all of it is horse monarchy. Like, the men's has double the stats of Onana in absolutely every stat of goalkeeping. Saves, shots taken, shots stopped, corners, percentages of box controlled, all that elements. He's better in every single aspect of the game than Onana. But he's also in an inferior league. So how much of that actually matters, you know? And that isn't taken into consideration either. As I will die on the hill that Onana isn't as bad as people end up stating he is, and I think with confidence, time, and a goalkeeping coach that'll actually end up, you know, bouncing into his head that he's doing things wrong, I think he'd actually be fairly good for us. But again, I'm also in no way willing to turn around and state that I wouldn't be happy if we got a goalkeeper, you know? Well, that's on us. Like, that's on us. We knew damn well Villa weren't going to end up loaning out their World Cup winning goalkeeper. Because they need to buy a brand new goalkeeper. We're asking for their first place goalkeeper. Like, that's 100% on us. That's on us for smoking whatever ball of crap we were having that made us think we had a chance of doing that deal. Like, we were tits, absolute tits, for even considering that that was an option of a deal. Hilarious, too, that we were that bloody vain. God damn it, Craic. Heal ourselves up a bit. Could use that opportunity to... Yeah, because we'll end up getting a bit here anyway. We want to fill up our soul canister before we end up getting to Hornet again anyways. And give Hornet a proper Owl College try. Of course, additionally, we need to get through the two enemies that are in the way first. So we need to get the spirit back before we kill these two. And then find the seat for Hornet. So our spirit is there. Okay, cool. Yep. Okay. One of them is dead. Nice. Okay, and then that's my bad timing. I'm probably going to die now in a second if I am careful. Okay, we don't have the health in order to fight you yet. I need a minion that I can kill. health, for the health, for the health. Okay, well, we got the health. Okay, cool. Now I should be brave enough to, you know, well, I say I should be brave enough to understand my own abilities, but still, you know. Sad thing about it is I'm just really bad at gaming. So, okay. Out of the way, Craic. You sick freak. You sick freak. I honestly think Ruben is the manager to take us forest. Has ruthless enough to bring us back. I don't. If that's the connotation as to why you think he's good enough, I disagree. I think management-wise and tactical-wise, he seems to be able to adapt good enough in order to do it. He's able to attract a couple of good players in the whole lot. But if it's the ruthlessness, I genuinely haven't seen enough from him in terms of the way that he manages his players for the ruthlessness to have mattered enough for it to have made that much of a difference. Cool. No bother, Skull. I'll chat you all later. Also, hindsight being 100% 20, this was a ridiculously bad stream to go on for. No one has showed up for this. But I am enjoying it. Yeah, but I expect you to show up, Duck. You're a gentleman and a scholar. You're one of the greats of the greats, you know. And you're one of the people that happen to have a weird element of mental insanity to actually deal with listening to my crap. Like, have you hit 3 days yet? No. You can't be taking my name in vain. You can pretend to be God all you want to. We all know that that's me. Really? Okay, Craic. Calm your tits a bit. Shit. Is that the right move? Probably not. I mean, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, at the moment, they're doing the US Mixed Open. Which is interesting. I will say it's really funny seeing the likes of Emma Ramakowski end up getting really, really pissy at the fact of people making too much noise. When she's just been performing crap no matter what has happened. So, with her, it's a funny situation of, yes, you should be quiet when people are performing their sports anyway. You shouldn't be shouting like a fucking pillock at the front of a tennis game. Tennis does require concentration. There's a reason why it's quiet, the same as golf is. But at the same point in time, like, in her case, she's just been performing crap. So she needs to be, you know, better. Also, we finally got her dash. Ooh, nice. Cannot be undone, That is return to lowest peace. Nice! So these 3 have finally popped up. The actual elements of the game have popped up. So it doesn't give you any idea into the story of what's going on, but the actual story, the actual plot has decided, now that we can dash, that it's decided to tell us what.
Woo!
What's going up? But what made you consider, if you don't mind me asking, what made you consider putting on the female tennis?
Ugh, God.
God damn it, Craic. God damn it, Craic, jump! Interesting. Oh yeah, this is the same area. I mean, considering we're here, we're as well just sit down and gain our health back. I once saw a clip of a tennis match where people were going at it very loud in nearby houses. It was hilarious. Yeah. I will say, in Clear Obscure Expedition 33, at the start of the game, you can go up to a hotel room. And in that hotel room, you can hear a couple of individuals making the most of their time, as it could potentially be the last time they ever end up having. Which is fair and honourable, you know, get it out of the way. But if you listen to them 33 times, they actually call you out for being a bit of a perv and tell you to either join or leave. At which point you leave.
Goa, nu doi la Mac. Na mi nobis.
Nice. We got another seat there. Later on, we'll come back here. Oh, crap.
Na mi nobis.
Fine instrument. What? Hallownest is perfect for vigilant. It's so tense and thrilling that... Am I missing something? I must be missing something, because I'm almost positive you're meant to upgrade my needle at this point. Because the water doesn't end up working for us. I'm almost positive you're meant to upgrade the needle. Weird. Weird. I like the lollipop chainsaw trophy for looking up you know where. What game is that in? The lollipop chainsaw. Oh, in Lollipop Chainsaw. Jesus, I thought you were saying there was a trophy called Lollipop Chainsaw, but you mean the actual game Lollipop Chainsaw. That makes far more sense than that's me being dense. Oh yeah, sometimes developers are just too horned up. Also, by the way, this beetle runs all over the inner workings of the town, which is hilarious when you think about it. The last stag is the last one that exists. I think it's something in-game with 2B in it. Oh, 2B! 2B is, oh god. Near Automata? Oh, excuse me. Yes, so we actually have some life in Dirtmount. Stag Station is open again, so he's happy that way. We have some life in here. Still don't have that store open yet. Still don't have the ability to wall jump, so there's more stuff we can't do yet. But we have this shop here. I haven't, actually.
Bapanada.
Because we saved her husband, she's showing up, which is nice. If you're having trouble finding your way in the maze below, pinpoint your location on the map. I need this. I need it, even though it's not exactly the best thing to do. Hot Springs, Stag Pinwiz, new additions in the shop. You can use the mark. I mean, this is what I need because I'm getting lost in the bloody map because I'm a tit. Yeah. Like, it's an absolute waste of a charm, by the way, in terms of the actual setting of charms. But at the end of the day, I get lost on this map the entire time, so it is really, really handy. What was this? Challengers away at Rune. Okay, fine. That's an entirely different area to go to. I have played Ni no Kuni. Or no, I played the demo of Ni no Kuni. I never purchased Ni no Kuni, and I really wanted to because the art style to it was beautiful and the whole lot. And then they released the sequel to Ni no Kuni, and that just pissed me off. That they completely changed the way that the game was, because Ni no Kuni 2 is entirely different to Ni no Kuni 1. Also, really funny that you can view this straight away. Really, really funny you can come in here straight away, because that's the final boss, by the way. I kind of love when the games end up throwing the dungeon and the final boss straight in front of you. It's an interesting kind of game development design. Like, it's one of the things I love about Gen 1. Like, a phenomenal little extra Gen 1 that's beautiful to be put into place there, where the first town you go into showcases you the final gym. Like, it's a phenomenal little poke to remind you you can always be better. There's always more to do. Also, thank God your dash doesn't actually take any of your spirit off you, because otherwise it would make enemies like that a pain in the arse. I love how much time they spent on getting the caped main character ward to make it flow naturally. I mean, an awful lot of games have done that. I still think, financially wise, the most amount of money spent on an actual character asset is the and I brought it up a couple of times because it is a legitimate, honest to God, interesting factor, is the boob physics in Devil May Cry Volleyball. They spent so much time figuring out those physics, and to be honest, I appreciate it, but it is ridiculously funny that that's a thing. Well, specifically volleyball. Dead or Alive has its own, like, what's really funny about that, and by the way, I realize it makes me sound like such a gooner knowing the difference of this, but what's really, really funny is Dead or Alive itself has a different physics engine for the, no, I know what I'm on about. I said it right. Dead or Alive has a different physics mechanics for the volleyball game than it does the actual fighting game itself, and the boob mechanics that it's set up in the volleyball game is far more intensive, quote unquote, than the one in the actual fighting game. Devil May Cry is an entirely different franchise, which is interesting of itself. What's interesting about Devil May Cry is Devil May Cry didn't really become popular until the 4th one, and Dante is such a different character between 1 to 3. It's actually really, really, really funny to watch. Like, bonkersly funny to watch how different Dante is in Devil May Cry 2 than he is in Devil May Cry 3 and 4. And I actually think I prefer Dante in 5 than in any of them. But that's because he kind of has elements of Dante from DMC. Although to be fair, that's Nero. Nero is basically Dante. Like, DMC, for as hated of a game as that is a very, very good game. Like, just in terms of base gameplay, like, you should try and play a DMC if you can. It's a very good game. I don't know if I can get anything out of here yet. I think it's too early. Yeah, I don't think I can get anything out of this crystal area yet. I think I have to come back here later on, so I don't think there's any point in even going into it. Okay. Oh, can't go down there yet. Fair enough. Have to go around, have to go around, have to go around, Craic. Oh, that's funny. Getting your arse absolutely handed to you 10 shades to crap is absolutely hilarious. It'll never not be funny getting recoiled into an actual pit. To me, anyway. But I'm daft. Have you played any of the Devil May Cry games yourself, Duck? Also, by the way, let's show you something in a second now. Well, I say in a second. Craic. Oh, did I say Devil May Cry volleyball? I meant Dead or Alive. Fair enough. By the way, Papa Grub. Look at the grubs we've saved, and there's Papa Grub. Don't you know? You've been here long enough to know that this community is a community full of gaslighters, Duck. You're wrong until you can prove you're right, and when you prove you're right, you're still wrong. The only person who's right is me, and everyone else is just lying to you, even yourself. You can't even trust your own opinion. You're wrong. I'm right. And that's the secret to life, Senior Duck. I don't do it all that often. Oh yeah, we can't do this yet until we get the wall climb. I mean, to be fair, in your particular case, you had changed your name 3 times, so it's your own fault if I ended up forgetting your name. That's just you. The reason why I forgot your name is you being a scallywag. You did it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me that did it. It's your own fault. It's your own fault for being a fool. A foolish fool who foolishly walks around like foolish fools. I mean, I could do worse, Duck. If you want, I'll start calling you what I really should be calling you. And instead of calling you Duck, I'll start calling you Spurs. I think that's the better name for you now. I think that's what we'll do from now on. I'll just call you Spurs from now on instead of Duck. You know. Because, you know, you are a Spurs fan at the end of the day. I was wondering what comment I was wondering what comment I was going to get on that one. Do you want me to do like Ange Postacoglu and leave? I mean, yeah. I mean, I've got nothing bad to say about Spurs either. It's just I've got nothing good to say about them. I would say it is a bit bonkers that this map won't update itself. This is an actual area we need to go into, the fungal wastes. I think this is the actual area we need to go to next. Screw it, we'll go into it and we'll find it. We'll go into the fungal waste until we find, yeah, until we find the carriage, which is here somewhere. I think. You're interesting. I smell you. Collect a lot of geo. You can get something nice. Why not, I suppose? This charm, it's made you... if you hold it, you feel a lot healthier. Geo, you are weak, aren't you? You should give me Geo. If you do, I'll give you this charm I made. It makes you strong. Your enemy stronger. You will fear you at last. I'll make you stronger. Oh, so this is basically hard mode. Interesting. Yeah. Well, we have to come back for you. Interesting. 5 games until I move to China. Well, then I will miss you when you end up going over the CCP. I understand why you're doing it. You know, the money is too much and the whole lot, and you know, my company isn't enough to keep you happy. But when you join the CCP, please remember me. Please remember me, Duck, as one of your commandants, as one of your former friends. Please remember me, my friend, when you join the CCP. And when China eventually takes over the world, please remember I was nice to you. I made sure you had a good time. I ended up having a conversation. I didn't pull the piss out of you for having other FM streamers that were your favorite and not me. You know, even though I am the best FM streamer that you end up talking to for whenever I end up going on to FM. You know, and you refuse to admit it. You know, so you know. But when you join the CCP, just remember who was your first friend. Remember who was truly there for you. Remember who gave you support during the times that you lost your username. When you went from Duck God to Duck God. The oxycroshaw method of talking. Duck God of the quack. Oxycroshaw is so bloody creative, by the way. Formerly of Zero Punctuation, currently of what's he called? I keep forgetting the name of the new Zero Punctuation. And it's so sad because it's such a good series. Genuinely, everything Yahtzee Crawshaw does is phenomenal. Even the games that he released when he done his 12 months of Game Maker, everything he released was actually good quality. Fully Ramblematic, that's it. If you're on YouTube and you want to watch a series, watch Fully Ramblematic. It is a delight. I will say, sometimes it's very funny watching Yahtzee try to be kind to something that deserves to be absolutely ridiculed into the world. Like his latest video was on Tales of the Shire, the Lord of the Rings game. And watching him try to be polite to that game is absolutely hilarious, to be honest. I don't know if that's because he's just a Lord of the Rings fan, whether or not he's afraid he's going to get in trouble for slating it properly, but He's just way nicer to that game than he has any right to be. I didn't know you blew up. I don't have a map. Which begs the question, which bloody way am I meant to go? I think down here. I hope I haven't completely lost myself. Oh, you're gonna make me fight them again. Nice. God, why do you do such little damage with your needle? I forgot how little damage Ghost does with the needle. Until you upgrade it. Even when you upgrade it, it still does very little damage. Tit. Get out of the way of the big orange blast, you tit! You know the big orange thing that kills everything it touches, Craic? Maybe don't run into the big orange kill that kills everything it touches. Did you know why Winnie the Pooh is bad? Yes, because Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh. And infamously, as a result of that fact, he has banned it from all areas there, and in fact, this could be hyperbole, but I have heard it enough that I don't think it is. I have heard that it is a punishable offense by up to 25 years in prison to have any Winnie the Pooh paraphernalia on you. But it also has resulted in one of the most potentially baller moves any person has ever done against anyone ever. There is a perspective story that Xi Jinping ended up during from the dawn of his tenure as leader of China. That he got, I think it was 12 castles created since his since the start of his tenure as the leader of the of China, and supposedly he had finished up all of the palaces, and after the palaces were finished, he refused to pay the architect, and in fact, it was found that the architect was weirdly and astonishingly working against the Communist Party, given out information. So supposedly, he was arrested and tried with treason, which is interesting. But then, supposedly, what the architect turned around and said before he was hauled away is that underneath one of the multitude of palaces that we've made for you, is in the foundation is an image of Winnie the Pooh, so that you will never know where it is, and that you will always wonder, whichever of these palaces you sleep in, that there's a Winnie the Pooh staring at you, haunting you, knowing that it is truly you. I know that's probably horse malarkey, I know that's probably not true, but I love the idea of that story so much. Also, by the way, this crap here, where you just bounce really high off of stuff, feels so cool and awesome to experience. Yeah, you'll have to give me more information, Duck. I've lost you a bit. What do you mean when you say para what? If true, it's very funny. Okay. I have ran a bit ahead of myself. I'm not meant to be here yet. This is one of the things of this game that ends up cracking you a bit, is that you can go anywhere at any time, and it is a bit odd. The place must be quite the hub. Doors, you know, there's neither here. So you can go up to where her thing is. That's later, though. Did I? Okay, fair enough. Okay, anyways, in this particular case, the next thing to do is hit the spell, go back towards Hallownest, and we'll go to where I think we're meant to end up going. So in the Forgotten Crossroads, there's a section that you're meant to go to before all of this. I've just been running like a headless chicken at the moment. So down in the bottom corner here, there's meant to be elements that we can go to. So let's try that now. If it makes you feel any better, I've completely forgotten the conversation, so I don't know what I meant either. When it comes down to it, as we have discovered previously, Senior Duck, I just have diarrhea about the constipation of the brain, and we'll talk about absolutely anything when there isn't much conversation happening. And unfortunately, it is just the two. Well, not unfortunately, I actually don't mind it that much, but it is just the two of us here. So, you know, I need to draw out as much as I can. Oh, okay. It would help, Craic, if you timed your hits right so that you didn't miss. God damn it. Oh, okay, well that was easier than I thought it'd be. He's the meme elephant, can't jump kick into maximum overdrive. What the hell? I forgot how creepy some of this game is. Also, these guys have no color in their eyes, so it's kind of surprising they're blowing up with the toxic orange ooze, if I'm honest. This is the area, by the way, that I was thinking of. Because you can get charms out of this room here, and they're actually phenomenally useful. But like everything that costs money. Salabra. Okay. It's a bit taboo, but it makes you feel much healthier. This charm seeps lifeblood and will certainly improve your constitution. Long nail, which is awesome because it makes your nail longer. It's exactly what it says in the tin. Wear it and you'll be able to stay firmly in place and swing around your little nail for more. If you've ever learnt any spells you should buy this, it makes your spells stronger. So this spell here is the one that breaks the game. If you can figure out how to use your spells properly, this one breaks the game in two. A crystal set in the center is lovely and exquisite. Helps you focus on something interesting. So this makes you focus quicker. And then if you're load of charm notches. The charm notches are phenomenally important. However, the first thing and the only thing you end up buying here is, unfortunately, the Shaman Stone. Because it is the most important thing to do. And now I'm about to make myself a glass cannon. Because one of the features this game has, an interesting feature this game has, is you can only put up the amount of notches that the notches allow you to end up putting up here, as you can end up seeing. However, you can overcharm yourself. Now, what happens when you're overcharmed? Well, nothing. The ability of the charm still works, but the counterpoint is you take double damage. Yeah, so you've effectively semi-nuked yourself. It's phenomenally interesting. Anyway, let's you're exploring then. Very brave, pretty courageous. Those comes. You have your nail done. You can tell by looking at it how to wield it. Okay, fair enough. None of that matters. But yeah, no. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you take double the damage as a result of that, and it's a bit bonkers. It's phenomenally interesting mechanic, and it just is the way to play the game. You should pretty much always be overcharmed. Now you're gonna get your arse handed to you in pretty much every boss fight you enter, but at the end of the day, it still is unfortunately the way you should play the game, because you just nuke absolutely everything that moves that is the boss, and it helps phenomenally versus the bosses as well. Open slots. We need to find the key for this so that we can open that door. It brings you from one side to the other. Like, that's the one fantastic thing about this game, is it just the atmosphere and the whole lot of it is so majestic, so magnifying that you kind of just want to be in it. And I forgot that since it's been so long since I've played it. Like, there are bosses in this that are absolutely, like, their peak game design and their peak memorization. I'm just not good enough at the reflexes, and specifically not good enough at figuring out how to use the Shaman Stone, but maybe this save will help me figure that out. I'm making this annoyingly complicated for no reason. Also, by the way, yeah, keep a reminder that that's something you can do. Keep a reminder that this is something you can do, because it's not as if these sadistic pricks would decide in their infinite wisdom to make a particular path that you have to do that took a stupid individual here 9 hours to complete. That you feel like an absolute god for completing, but get diddly squat for doing. Oh, crack. I think it's actually called the Path to Pain too, if I remember correctly. It'll be yonks before we're anywhere near that area, by the way. I've beaten the same team 6 times in the final. And so has that just been your last 6 finals, or have you been playing the game a good bit longer than that for it to have a longer final? Because that's interesting, if I'm honest with you, Duck. Okay. So now we're back down here. Lost 1 versus the, but it has been, but that is the last 6 finals. Okay, I still don't think I can get everything. I still don't think I can get stuff here, but I'm going to go up it anyway. the ability you get out of this spot is one of the best abilities in the game. I don't think I can get it yet because I think I do need to be able to wall jump. They've been a thorn in my side, however. So they've been your kryptonite, basically, is what you're saying. Yeah, because I need to be able to slam down. So yeah, that's why I figured you can't come here yet, so I'm missing an ability. Okay, so in terms of the map, I mean, the Fungal Waste is an area we go to. Queen's Station is down in the Fungal Wastes. I don't think the Fungal Wastes are where the mantises are. If they are, then that's phenomenal, because I wanted to get that mantis fight out as soon as humanly possible. But that's probably where we'll go down to next, is the Fungal Wastes. Anyways. I do kind of wish the map just auto-updated so I remembered where the hell I was going. Ooh, okay, this is annoying. Okay. That's annoying because I thought I was going towards the Fungal Wastes. That's back over this way. Okay, fair enough. So Bula bula. Bula bula. So, yeah, we can go over that way. So we have to go through the long walk now. Get out of the... I was due one of those deaths, to be honest. There's no point lying, I was due one of them deaths. That's been coming for a bit. My impatience causing me to die. Causing me to kill myself. Causing me to leave this mortal coil. Do you think this is something you might end up purchasing yourself, Senior Duck? Yeah, I was gonna say, interesting. Where the fuck is the shade? I honestly recommend it. It's a very good game. I played too much FM to get other games. Fair enough. And the FM save you're doing at the moment, which one is it that you're doing, if you don't mind me asking? Is it an FM24 save? Is it an FM... Is it an FM21 save? I know you were saying there that you were getting back into your FM save with Ireland again. I think that one was FM21 as well, wasn't it? Okay, so this is the fungal area. So this is where we wanted to go in order to get to the fungal area. That's fine. There definitely is something here. I just don't know what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a crash down. Ireland was 22. Interessante. I know that's one of the things that's interesting as well. I am probably of the minority that I don't like when a mechanic is taken out of a game, because it'll eventually be brought back into the game as a new feature later on, with them pouting that it's a brand new feature instead of the returning of something that's been there before. 2K do it all the goddamn time. So, like, I understand why people aren't that bothered about the fact that FM26, if followed by the same credence as FM25's design philosophy, won't have international football. I will be frank, I think it bothers me a tiny bit that it won't have it, if I'm honest. I know it doesn't matter, I know in the grand scheme of things it's not that big of a deal, but I actually will miss the international football quite a significant amount if it does turn out to be the case that it's gone. What do you think? Will you miss it if they do that? Then bring any to you find for me. That's basically an absorbing point, but I don't think you can overcharm when you're overcharmed. I'm trying to manage 20 seasoned in each of the 50 vanilla nations on FM21. I didn't think you were allowed to do that. I thought there was a limit when it came down to it on how much you could do. I thought the game forced you to stop at some point. I must be thinking of the console version, so... Yeah. Yeah, it must be the console version I'm thinking of, so... So you're basically copying, or he's copying you, depending on which way you want to look at it. But you're basically copying Benny's longest save format. Yeah, I took inspiration. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that, to be fair. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so if Benny was here, he should feel proud of the fact that you inspired someone to copy his odd idea. Wait a minute, like you're 1,000 seasons in, is that what you're saying? Is that the point that you're saying there? Will be 1K season in a few years, like is that you saying that you'll be 1,000 seasons in? Pop may as well do a bonkers save idea while awaiting until sale on 26, as I don't enjoy newer FM, but I'm 20, but will be done at 1K. Okay, I'm still confused on what's being stated there, but fair enough, whatever. You're not going to buy 26 on launch day, are you not? You're going to wait for it to go on sale. Oh, this looks like it could be a boss. Oh, okay. Who are you? Clothed. Interesting. When the save is done, it'll be 1,000. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. It's just that came across awfully odd the way you were phrasing it. Why did we... Okay, I don't really get what the benefit was there, but who gives a crap? I suppose. Okay, down here. Okay, and we have our mushroom... Oh, okay, he actually does blow up. Interesting. So, how many seasons are you into that save already, if you don't mind me asking? 20. Okay. So in English football, have Manchester United in any way increased back up the totem pole? Have they been relegated? Has anyone surprising been relegated? 'Cause supposedly, I've in every person that talks about their FM saves, one of the big 6 clubs always gets relegated in the first 20 years. It's pretty much what I see every time anyone ends up talking about their saves. Tottenham, Arsenal, Chelsea, United, one of the big 6 ends up getting relegated in the first 20 years of their save. Don't have any other nation but South Africa and China loaded. Interesting. So how does that work then when you load them? Because like as you're saying, you plan on adding in those saves later on. So when you load up them saves, does it retroactively add in new players? Does it continue on with the players that would have been there? How does that end up working? If you don't mind me asking, or do you know? And even with them not being loaded, does it not just keep in account of who has been winning the league throughout all of the years there? So like with it now, if you looked now at the England, you could look at the Premier League and it would tell you in the Premier League who was 1, who was 2nd, and who was 3rd, but it won't tell you the rest of the table. Or am I completely incorrect on that hypothesis? We will come back here later on. Okay, so with you open, so we can come down here. Do that. It should be around here, I think. Yeah, it's around here somewhere where I lost. Where did you put the fucking shade, you dickhead? Because adding leagues makes regen semi-broken, I've heard. I have never done it, so I can't comment. At all, to be frank, unfortunately. I can't comment on how busted or non-busted it makes any of the regens. But hey, I mean, it slows things down, I suppose, so it's not as bad as it was before. So it can check on former teams, etc. But I have been keeping them playable. Yeah! So I suppose you can answer the question that I ended up having. So we can't go there because we don't have the wall jump yet. Thank you, Hornet! Okay. So this was a long-winded way of you turning around stating, I'm just too lazy, Craic, and I can't be arsed checking whether or not any of the big 6 clubs have actually gotten relegated. Is basically what you're telling me. Son of a... But as I'm added a new nation every 20 years, it'll hardly be noticeable the slowness over time. Yeah, so in the past 20 years, has United won the league? Do you have managers loaded? So like, is Vincent Company a manager, or all your managers kind of regens as well? as Ollie Solskjaer became the king of managers. Because I have seen that happen. I have seen a situation where Ole Gunnar Solskjaer becomes the next Pep and basically becomes a god of managers, which is really, really funny to see. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, none of this bloody matters anyway. So we're back over to there. Okay, so that's open now. These Metroidvania type games are gorgeous, but they're confusing as hell if you're not following a complete guide. But streaming wise, you probably should be, so I'm being a bit of a tit. Oh, we are close to the mantises. Because that was a mantis. Okay. Killing you. The suspense is killing me, Senior Duck. And we should now be close to the Mantis Village, I think. I think we're close to it. 1 3 Europa and 2 FA Cups, so they're still crap. Nice to know. I will say IRL at the moment, I am curious how a couple of managers end up doing. Like, Mikel Arteta being a smug prick about the fact that Arsenal got Eze might end up treating him badly if he ends up losing the league, not winning the league this year. I think the last thing Mikel Arteta should be doing IRL is being smug. It really is the last thing he should be doing. I don't think he can afford to be smug in any way, shape, or form. Like, I think it's too dangerous for him and his job security to be smug. I don't blame him, because it is funny, and especially considering Spurs and Arsenal have a bit of a rivalry with each other, it adds to that factor of the situation. But for him as a manager, I think being smug is probably one of the worst things he can do, because I genuinely think he might get the sack if he isn't careful, simply because of his smugness. Okay, so that opened that up. Nice! Go back around and jump back up. Craic, hit the fucker! Not let him hit you! Do you actually support IRL, if you don't mind me asking, Senior Duck? Or do you support anyone IRL? I know we've had this discussion before, but I'm also far too lazy to go through the almost 999,000 statements that you have put through my channel. Oh, so everything I just said there has probably royally pissed you off. We finally have wall jumping, by the way. Or maybe you agree with me. Maybe you agree with the Craic. Is the Craic correct, or are you or do you disagree with my interpretation of the Mikel Arteta situation? God damn it. God damn it! Why? What is it about him you don't like? Oh, god damn it. It's even worse, we're back here. Oh, fun. Fine. What is it about Arteta you don't like, if you don't mind me asking, Duck? Because it's interesting to hear that that's your situation, that you don't particularly like him. Because I've never rated him, but I've also never not rated him as well. I've never really passed much heed of the tit, if I'm brutally honest. Because that's the best way I can describe him. He's just always felt a bit like a tit to me. Or are you just disillusioned with actual IRL football and don't want to talk about it? Also, if you're in other streams and just don't want to chat, tell me so that I'm not bothering you with useless questions. That was an incorrect move. I will say it is fascinating how the cracked sphere of your mana, or spirit, is cut by... It looks like it's only cut up to a third, but it's actually about... You actually only have about a third of your mana capabilities. I really need to be careful now. I cannot die, because I lose too much if I die. I lose all of my fucking orbs if I die now. I have to be really, really careful here. Okay. No! That happens. That's the point of these games. That's an annoying loss there. Like, being incompetent in terms of platforming is probably one of my biggest problems when it comes down to the overclocked datas. It's kind of funny how bonkersly bad I am at this. Okay, careful. Careful now, Craic. We need to take this tiny bit slow. I'm not a fan of football these days. What do you think has caused that to occur, if you don't mind me asking? Fuck's sake. What do you think has caused that to occur, that football has just lost your interest? I think it's a wee bit to do with the fact that everyone is kind of a wee bit too whiny nowadays when it comes down to football, and it makes it somewhat kind of annoying to watch. Now, I realise I'm saying this as a Manchester United fan who is probably, in terms of fan base, one of the whiniest pair of pricks you'll end up finding anywhere in all of football. But still, it's interesting to hear you say that. Especially as someone who plays so much FM, so it's ingrained in your kind of feeling to have football there every day. but that also could be heavy levels of copium as well. So I'm also 100% willing to abide by that statement. I mean, we have the wall jump now, so we can actually follow Hornet if we wanted to. But I actually want to go back to the mantises. Like in terms of progression, the actual thing to do here is to follow Hornet and go back to the mantises later on, but I'm not arsed. This should get us back into the mantises, right? Or no, actually no, because why would it? This was a yeah. Screw it. I'll come here anyway and look, but this was a wall jump entry, so this can't bring us back to the mantises. Give us a different access point to the mantises. It can also give us the Wanderer's Journal in Terrasante. Yeah. Too high, you need to be able to actually go up in order to hit that. But I believe this still, yes, it still brings us back to the Mantis Village, so nice. God damn it, Craic. Okay. Hard to call why, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know, it's weird, because even though there's more social media calls and the whole lot on football nowadays, I do think it's the least quote-unquote cool it's been in a long time. Like, you don't hear as much people desiring to go into football or play football or anything like that. I think the business has kind of ruined the appeal of the sport. Which is daft, considering, like, in the upper echelon of things, money is king. It is the reason why you do anything. But I do think that the actual game of football has been diluted a bit. Maybe that's my feel to it. Now, maybe that also could be completely wrong. I hate football Twitter. Don't think it's as good to watch much as it used to. I mean, to be fair, you can remove the football terminology from that, and the statement is still accurate, because Twitter just, unfortunately, makes most things worse. Like, I'm a as you know and you hate, I'm a colossal wrestling fan, and, like, the wrestling space for Twitter is astonishingly daft. Well, I mean, it doesn't help that everyone is fundamentally almost playing the exact same tactic. And probably completely wrong, but it does feel... I don't even know if it's that there's less player freedom and less of that type of stuff. Like, there is... You're right, statistically that probably is the case. But I just think the players are worse. I just genuinely think the players are worse. I think the players are worse now than they were 20 years ago. By a significant margin. I just think the players are far worse. I think they just don't care. I think back in the day, people went into football for two reasons. One, because they could make money out of it, and two, because they enjoyed the game. I think now, footballers are going into football not because they love the game, just because they can make money. And I think it's a game that for you to be the best, you have to enjoy the game. Like, it is blatantly obvious that Cristiano Ronaldo, like, went into football. Like, he's actually, I shouldn't bring him up because he's a bad example. Because Cristiano Ronaldo literally is a player that went into football for the money, not for the love of the game. So that's actually a really bad example. But like Messi, well, he went in for money as well. But like Messi loved the game when he was in Argentina, and you can tell that he loved the game. It's hard to know with an awful lot of footballers whether or not they love the game. Like, it would, like, based on his actions, and not fair to put it on specifically Jadon Sancho, but based on his actions, you'd hardly think that he loves the game. You'd think that he literally just went into football because it was a quick cash grab and that was about the height of it. And I think there's a big situation of that where footballers just don't feel like they love the game. They feel like they're mercenaries. Like, as much of an ass as he was, you knew Roy Keane was fighting his life out for whatever team he played for. You knew that Patrick Vieira would end up hacky-sacking a bitch in order to make sure that they'd end up winning, you know? You don't have that kind of love and intensity for the game anymore. Okay, here comes this awesome fight. I just wish I had a place that I could set down a bench because I'm probably going to die. My favorite football moment ever was Cisse scored like he won the World Cup. Winning goal versus Chelsea to make it 6-1. I love that. To me, it's Tim Howard scoring the goal from goal. That goal is just so awesome to me. Okay. Wish me luck, I'm gonna need it. King, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin' with you? It's all going good, it's all going grand, it's all going saucy. How is your Friday treating you, my friend? I am shite. I was hoping we'd bring it back over here. I need to find the rest point down near them. Can't be that hard. I mean, it didn't help that I literally ran into everything that I could do. But what can you do? Shopping, then going home and playing WoW. Is the new expansion out yet for WoW? Or is it still just discussions about it? I have never been a WoW player, unfortunately. I've always wanted to get into WoW, but I've never had people to play with. And on top of that, I heard that WoW is like League, and unfortunately just becomes liquid cocaine to anyone that has any way of an addictive personality, which I have both. So, which one there is coming out in November? November, fair enough. Because I know there was announcements during Gamescom about the next expansion. I just started and just joined a community guild. Not too bad. And how have you been finding starting it? Because it must be quite intimidating seeing all of these people with all of these years of experience playing the game and trying to catch up. Like Final Fantasy XIV is another one that is a brilliant game with the community, and the community is very helpful to newbies, but it's just an intimidating bastard to even consider that you'd end up going in for. And what type of build did you go for, if you don't mind me asking as well, King? I suppose, actually, the first question I should have asked, considering you kindly gave me that information and I'm being a bit of an ass not asking it, is what were you going out shopping for? I like it. It's not really that bad. I play with her nice. Undead Warlock, drinks and pizza for tonight. Nice! So, you have to let us know what type of drinks and what type of pizza. And by the way, before you answer this, because I am going to give you the right, before you answer, King, not to answer, not to self-incriminate yourself, but you will be judged on the drink that you end up purchasing and the pizza that you end up eating. So, with that being said, do you want to divulge what pizza is it that you purchased? And what drink have you ended up partaking in? You will be judged on both. You have been given your warning. The last time I was drinking was that. Went for a couple of scoops last weekend. It's the last time it's the first time I drank in months. Okay, well, we're not going in there. Crushed grape in a glass bottle, Garcalite chocolate milk. That is an insane combination. And rum chocolate for coffee and margarita pizza. Yeah, plain bitch. Nah, I joke. To be fair, if you can get a spot that does a properly nice margarita pizza, a margarita pizza is gorgeous. But there's so many places that literally just plonk one set of cheese onto a bloody plate and then put the most basic bitch tomato sauce onto it that you can end up doing. A nice margarita can be good, but it also depends on how willing you're able to go into it, because is it a margarita if it's a 4-piece chicken? Or not chicken, obviously that's a bloody entirely different kettle of fish. Is it a margarita if it's a 4 cheese pizza? Because obviously that is its own kettle of fish as well as a deep fry 4 cheese pizza. No sauce, fresh tomato and mozzarella. Oh, okay. And this is this is a frozen pizza. I got a good frozen one, and the only good one I've ever found. Interesting. That sounds like fantasy, what you just described there for a frozen pizza, if I'm brutally honest. Fresh. Okay. I'm going to attempt to come into your stream later on, and I'm going to ask you this question. And I want you to be brutally honest, because I'm going to pronounce it correctly for you. And I want you to be brutally honest on how you pronounce it. Okay. Fresh basil is beautiful to be put onto a pizza. Okay? Now, when I come into your stream, I want you to be honest and not just say basil because I said basil. And I want to know whether or not you're going to be wrong and call it basil, or whether or not you're going to be right and call it basil. I don't think that I'm not arseholish enough not to end up reading your face to know whether or not you're lying about your pronunciation. I am that spiteful. I am that petty. Son of a bitch. Son of a... to be honest, I don't even know why I'm going down this way. It's the complete opposite direction of the bloody mantis, whatever we were on about, you win. That's the world turn around saying, Craic, shut the fuck up. It's the world turn around saying, you're talking too much nonsense, Craic. Just shut up and be happy that you end up having someone in the chat. I'm from the US. How do you think I'll pronounce it? Basil, because it's a running gag on the actual good episodes of Kitchen Nightmares that no American can end up pronouncing basil right. It also depends on where you're from in America, but yeah, no, it's just it'd be typical for it to end up going down. By the way, in case you weren't aware of this, there's a new series of Kitchen Nightmares out, and it's surprisingly bad. There's It's like they've gone with the same format as the old Kitchen Nightmares. And fair play to them, why wouldn't you? But it just feels off. Bum ba bum. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Ba 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 bum. I have no idea why you wrote that in the chat, Duck, but you did immediately just make me think of... that's Fox, right? Bum ba da dum ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da da da. I mean, it is. Most of it is staged. Quite a significant amount of it isn't. So you're both right and wrong on that. The big thing about this series is it's blatantly obvious Gordon doesn't give a rat's diddly ass about any of it, and is just going for the simple stuff. So, like, one of the particular elements, I think it's in episode 3 of this season, is they go to a restaurant that is attached to a golf course, and his solution to fix the restaurant isn't to actually touch the restaurant, because who could be arse changing the food of a restaurant that's attached to a golf course, where those entitled schnobs will buy whatever the fuck is put in front of them. It's literally just purchase a golf cart and have that golf cart go up and down the golf course with little tidbits and little fiddly bits that the golfers can end up the golfers can end up tasting in order to see whether or not they actually will have any enjoyment of the food, you know? We can't be arse fixing the actual restaurant, let's just end up doing a gimmick. Which is fine, in theory. There's nothing wrong with gimmicks, they work. It's the reason why they're a thing. The WWE is built on bloody gimmicks. It just, for his show, it makes absolute... Yes, good, finally. I make my way up here and there's nothing here! I kill myself twice and there's nothing here! Vince McMahon was right when he said life's a bitch and then you die. A basil brush. What is this? What the? I hope you know you attacked me. I didn't attack you. Okay, fair enough. Also laughing at my horror king. By the way, I didn't get after I popped in the last day. I didn't get to stay too long. I fell asleep, unfortunately, in the middle of your stream. How did your stream go the last day? And speaking of your stream, let's be fair to you, seeing you're king. Oh, pita bread and hummus. Nice. I've never actually tried hummus, so I can't comment on it. I'm in a completely different area entirely now. I am not meant to be in Deep Nest. Oh, crikey. I'm not meant to be in Deep Nest. I'm gonna die. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going back to Deep Nest yet, so... Actually, fuck it, I have 200 orbs, I kind of should do. Screw it. Oh. It's good mashed bean. Hummus? I mean, hummus technically is a bean, isn't it? Yeah. I have to get better into food. Like, we've had this discussion on the stream before, but unfortunately, I am a monstrously picky eater. unfortunately. An awful lot to do with the way that I was with my food situation when I was growing up. To be fair to my mother, she tried, but she was an astonishingly shy cook. And she'd end up cooking vegetables, overcooked them the whole lot, never put any seasoning or anything on it, then force it on yourself. And unfortunately, due to the fact that I had one bad experience with pepper, I hated pepper when I was young. Thankfully, an awful lot of that has changed now in my older ages. But yeah, so, but I need to try more stuff. Like, one of my goals at one point in time is to have, this one is more confidence than anything else, because I just don't feel one of my big things is I hate wasting food, as I mentioned before in the stream. But one of the things I badly want to try is ramen. I badly want to try ramen. Now, I hate most of the things connected with ramen, so it's something I have to try at some point in time. And I had the chance at a work gig to select the ramen, but I also didn't want to waste the free food that I was, and by the way, this cheap crack coming out here. I also didn't want to waste the free food that I was given on something that I might end up eating, which I should have done, considering that's the opportunity you do it when you're getting stuff for free. And to be fair, it's a great way to be raised up, that you don't want to waste food, and it is the right mentality to have. You should never waste food if you can help it. But it's just one of those situations, you know? Like, another thing I have to try at some point in time is go to an actual tapas bar, because they're not really that big of a thing in Ireland, but yeah, you've mentioned a couple of nice things. Nice for you. I don't know if I'd end up ever actually enjoying them, but I have to try it at some point. I have to just stop being, in the words of Vegeta, stop being such a pansy ass! You rat bastard! I mean, now I actually can kill myself and get the health, but that is astonishingly annoying. Oh, I love how it isn't actually doing the double damage. Interesting. What, me commenting on Lanny Batur's version of Vegeta. Stop being such a pansy ass! To be honest, I might make that into an alert at some point in time, because it is a beautiful, beautiful alert. By the way, I finally have one of my other alerts up on my toolbar here, so now I can end up going when I'm feeling particularly good, or I end up winning something particularly well. We can end up having a very loud, very scary, very situational. For those of you on TikTok, I've yet to figure out how to get the sound true on that property yet, so you get the image and not the sound. Have fun on that one. Which for scaring the crap out of you with the pyro blast. Well, I did warn you that it was coming. It's your fault for not paying attention. You literally were given a warning. Like, it could have been worse. I could have just went. By the way, I completely recognize I am just an asshole, by the way. I completely recognize that I am just an asshole. Nothing more than just an asshole. No bother, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in. It was a pleasure to have you. Please ensure your stream when you're on next is brilliant. Thank you so much for the shout-outs when you ended up giving it as well. You're a gent and a scholar. And I'm glad that the shopping went well for you. And enjoy your basic bitch pizza. God, I really am an asshole. I really am an asshole. Where are they based? Where are Wuhan based? I'll try to be myself, and just remember that if any time you want to show the scariest thing on your own stream, you can just bring up my stream or bring up an image of me. I figured, but I didn't want to assume. I didn't want to assume, because often the sad thing about it is, and to be honest, I'd have this argument with anyone about it because it isn't. Not knowing the connotation between names of Chinese and Korean descent isn't racist. It is ignorant, but it isn't racist. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. Why did that work? Interesting. Okay. You should, like, once you end up learning it, you should try and end up learning it, but not knowing it immediately isn't an immediate bloody situation of you just being a racist dick. I think that word is used a wee bit too harshly oftentimes. Also, there has to be a bloody seat here. There has to be a seat here somewhere. Surely there's a seat here somewhere. Also, I'm sure there's a way to get to him, but I don't know it yet. Go away. Go away, mantises. Oh, whatever. Okay, in we go to the mantis fight again. A fight I'm probably going to end up losing, but I'll chance my arm as best as I can. Oh, piss off. Fuck. Game. Certainly have a nasty habit of being a bit of an ass. So what made you choose them, if you don't mind me asking, Senior Duck? What? Out of all of the options within the league, and I'm sure you have plenty. Cool J, howdy mowdy myself. How is Craic treating you? To be honest, this is a fantastic game. Hollow Knight is one of the best indie games out there at the moment. Done by Team Cherry, phenomenal team. There's a sequel coming out for it on September the 4th. I highly recommend you end up looking into this game. Team Cherry deserve all of the accolades and praise that end up coming with it. It should be up and running every now and again as well. I try to. I have plenty of Ishka here, just enjoying the crack and enjoying it good. Please ensure to do so yourself as well, Cool Luke. Jody. Which do you prefer to be called, by the way? Cool or Jody, or do you want me to say the whole thing? I will say I love the kind of colourful nature of Kicks emotes. Like Those dancing cats are gorgeous. You also came at a really good time, Cool Jody, because you're about to watch me get absolutely slaughtered. There. Okay. Okay. Jump there. Yep. There. Cool. Got 2 hits there. That. That. Damn it. A second. Everything is working there. Cool. Coola boola, coola boola, coola boola. We continue on now. Let's see if we can continue sound here. Okay. God damn it, TikTok. Okay, coola boola. They were the first team available with a vacancy, although the domestic quality of the lira is worse than the south of Africa. The money is way better. That's weird. Why would that be the case if the money is better? Okay. Get overzealous. Craic! No, don't try and heal yourself. Heal yourself. Nope. Now. Ah! That's what I get for trying. Like, it's probably, unfortunately, because I don't have the healing token in, it's probably better not to heal. Unless that one comes, I suppose. I mean, the sound design in this game is absolutely amazing cool. Genuinely, it is one of the best soundtracks. Damn it. Done in years in video games. If you don't want to buy the game, buy the soundtrack on its own. Legitimately, it is an astonishingly good soundtrack. I have been streaming in my entirety since September of last year. There have been segmented aspects to it, so it's been on and off. But I've been streaming since September. On Kick, it's definitely less than that. I think Kick, I only started doing it in the last 3 to 4 months through a multi-stream format. Unfortunately, the growth has been slow in both segments, but you try to do the best that you can. I enjoy streaming. I do it more for fun than I do for growth anyway. But I'm happy to chat with anyone and have anyone... God damn it, sorry. Have anyone within the chat and conversation. So, thanks for coming in. And I hope you're enjoying the crack. And please, I'm willing to talk about anything and everything. Have the crack with everyone that ends up coming in. I just felt like playing Hollow Knight here. Slightly because of the announcement of Silksong, and slightly because it just is a very, very relaxing game. You can you easily get away easily with this game. You can sit down here and do 20 hours of just nonsensical horse manure going about it. And in the past wee while, I've become a far more patient person, oddly enough. I don't know if that's age or wisdom or neglect or whatever, but I have legitimately become a far more patient person. So I'm more willing to take my time. Like beforehand, I was always stubborn in the fact of, oh yeah, but I can get that extra hit. I shouldn't wait. I have that extra hit. It's there for me. To take the hit, you know? Oh, you finally crossed the 3 days. Congratulations, Duck. That's fascinating for you. Senior Duck here on Twitch has been following me for about 8 months, and his entire screen time variant has just passed 3 days. The absolute insane fool has been watching my... content for 3 days in its entirety. Don't worry, we have the mental evaluation in place for him. He's getting checked next Friday, isn't it, Duck? It's next Friday. You're getting checked for your mental cognitive ability. Yeah, that's the other thing about it. I only done the command properly a couple of months ago, so ironically, Duck is probably closer to a week, if not longer, watching the content. The insane fool. Give the suggestion away, Jody. I'm always up for suggestions, always up for improvements as well. If you want to, by the way, join the Discord that's linked up there. You can give suggestions, you give comments, you can have discussions in any way, shape, or form there, as well as everything else. But yeah, give us a suggestion anytime. Same for anyone on any other platform as well. I'm always up for conversation, always up for suggestion, always up for the crack. The crack should always be 90. It's one of my catchphrases. But yeah, give us a suggestion as I go back down here and hopefully do better this time. The thing is, I don't actually need to fight the mantises now. I don't even think you're meant... God damn it, Crack. I don't think you're even meant to fight the mantises now. I think you're actually meant to fight the mantises later on. Yep. It's a problem with healing. I should have known the minute I tried the healing that was the wrong move to do. But hey, what can you do? Ah, oh, god damn it, Crack. I'm a cruising for a cruising. Yes, funnily enough, before my 30th birthday. 30th birthday, that's hilarious. I thought you were young anyway. I thought you were only 25 though. I didn't realize you were around my age. You poor fool. Not only do you have to deal, not only are you watching my insanity, you're watching my insanity and you're the same age as me. I'd offer you support, but I think both of us need the support, to be honest. Yep. So with that, we're going to leave the mantises. We're gonna go and get back our shade, and once we have our shade back, we will go somewhere new. We'll go back to the mantises later on when we are stronger. Because we don't need to beat them yet. It's nice to beat them now when you're weak, because everything feels better when you're weak. You end up beating them to make yourself seem strong. But we don't need to beat the mantises now. Benny, my friend, what is a crap at? You know what, Benny? I think there's only one solution for that. For you coming in, making me happy, and then immediately making me sad because I destroyed my set design, is hey, say what you want to, I said it before you got him. I said it before you got him. That you shouldn't have taken him. I said it before you got Potter, that I thought Potter was a bad choice for you, and you shouldn't have went for him. Could he turn it around? Potentially, but the rumblings are that he's already lost the locker room and he's starting to lose the board as well. if he loses them, there's not much you can do about it. Why is there a 4-minute cooldown? That's fascinating. And even if there's a 4-minute cooldown on Frosty, why is there a cooldown on Scene? Okay. Frosty. Sorry, technical matters have popped up now, so I need to end up saying things. Anyway, before I do that, sorry, my network jumped. You never need to apologize for that type of stuff, Jody. It's understandable, and it's sound that ends up happening. Actually, you have almost that much time on Kick, but I saw you don't have any animation things that make your channel look attractive. Yeah, on Kick, to be fair, I do need to do more work on Kick to make the Kick side of things a bit more attractable. At the moment, I've been focusing more on YouTube and stuff like that. I'm fine with that stuff. I'm fine with my logo and that type of stuff. But for Kick explicitly, I do need to make more banners and stuff like that. That does make sense. But I'm fine with my logo and the whole lot of CSE. But yeah, I'll work on stuff like that. But yeah. The board decided not to really buff the defense too. I mean, that's in the board decided not to resign our all-time leading goal scorer. I mean, yes. You ended up losing your linchpin in, yeah, if you want to, Cody, you can, but just like me on, send a DM on Discord. I don't even remember who you lost as your striker, but Nicholas Falk isn't a bad, or Falke, or however you pronounce him, isn't a bad striker. So like, I know he's not a replacement, not a good enough replacement, but he's not a bad replacement. And when it comes down to bolstering your defense, I know this technically is a horrible truth, but signing Juan Clear to Tebow on a permanent is bolstering your defense. I agree with you. You needed more than just Clear to Tebow, but just having him permanently signed for you is a plus, admittedly. But you're 100% right. Enough stuff just hasn't been done for you. Poor arseholes. Oh, where do Can we do it now? Not sure. And then I die if I fail on this. Yeah, I don't think I'm meant to. I know there's an ability we get that lets that go easier, so. Potter decided Areola isn't a decent keeper for some reason. Yeah, that's astonishing, to be honest. It's even more astonishing, not even that Areola is been dropped. It's more astonishing that no one else has gone in for him, Benny. Yeah, send me on your stuff anyway, cool, and we'll see. I didn't get enough out of this, so I'm doing more. Benny, the harbinger of destruction. I mean, yes. In every way more than one. Are you streaming tonight, by the way, Benny? Wait a minute, did your image come up at all? Did seeing not work at all? Did we not get a video for you? Did we get a video up for you when I done the shout out? Screw it, I'll give you a second one because I want to see whether or not it's working. Because if Frosty Tools is working, and is scene just broken or is it popping up first? Seems like scene is broken. It's at the top layer, so there's no reason my scene shouldn't pop up. Is scene broken again? Is it gone on us? Oh, if it is, it is. For Frosty Tools, thankfully, the time delay is working on it, but apparently scene.gg isn't working for some annoying reason. It was in maintenance mode there for a few days, so I had to knock it off, but if the bloody clip thing is gone again, that's really annoying. I'll do a wee bit of work on it behind the scenes to see if I can figure it out. Really? That's interesting. Give us a second. Because it's linked there, it's the same one. Anyway, that should work for you there. You excited for the new release in 2 weeks? Kinda. My big thing is I'm not going to purchase it. God. Oh, for fuck's sake. Like, Silk Song looks awesome. I have, by the way, I have, like the Team 4-star shtick, I have just avoided into not being able to do a single thing. Why did that delay so long? The hell? That's bonkers. Why did that take so long? Is there just a bonkers delay or something like? Okay, I'll ignore it for now. I don't care enough about it. Although the fact that it brought up a Unreal, was that Unreal Tournament or was that you doing Counter-Strike commentary? Because one might be a sign. One might be a sign that you need to stop your retirement. Is the statement I was going to say until the game decided to tell me to shut up, Craic. Again. Craic, jump. Craic, jump. Benny, I don't know what you've done to me. I genuinely don't know what you've done to me. You have broken me, my man. You've absolutely broken me. I was semi-competent before you showed up. I mean, Duck will come out now and turn around saying I'm lying 10 shades of crap, but I was semi-competent before you showed up. I don't know what you've done to me, my friend. The excitement of having you and just having a conversation with you just must be breaking me mind into two. Son of an Ardian whore. I'm American, so turning your brain into mush is to be expected. Well, no, that's just America, not the Americans. By the way. The only Americans that have the capability of turning my brain into mush are people that end up, that were formerly members of the Playboy Mansion. That's a bad joke, by the way. streaming tonight yourself, Benny? I don't think you ended up stating whether or not you are. The joke, Benny, was my mind goes blank at the sight of boobs. Surprised I had to explain that with you. Well, fair enough. I'm going to say F it and stream FM because I don't feel like playing timing. Why? What has timing done to you? Is it just that the structure, that the current, I done 2 shout-outs to you, remember? So. Team won game B. The team won a game before I arrived. Now they have 2 go me. Yes, but that's because you're an awesome manager, Senior Duck. Of course, the actual answer isn't the fact that I gave you 2 shoutouts and scene.gg just decided to crap the ever-loving bed since it didn't play the first time. And the actual thing that ended up happening there was your voice was just so captivating that it just wanted to come in and give you the embarrassment that you ended up giving me when the brain fart that happened a minute ago. FA Cup final tonight then. Is that for you, or is that a duck thing that you're commenting on there, Benny? We bottled the league last night. No, you being bottles. That never ends up happening. I'd say Block was slightly annoyed because his goalkeeper has been the your player of the season, hasn't he? Have you gone back to that save that I ended up giving a character to? You know, I can't remember the save that it was either. But I ended up paying for one of the characters there. Son of a... Benny, we have a friend there for you. Oh, God damn crack! The bounce is here. What I get for not paying attention to the fact that some of these minions blow up after you kill them. I was pissed at Skull because the moment we went 3-1 down, he was tagging me. Hey, could be worse. He could have called you a Spurs fan. That's what he's been doing to me the last wee while. So will you be doing, I think it's Dill that does it, isn't it? Will you be doing a Dill FC thing where you have channel points that correlate to the player so that you can raise their potential and all that type of stuff? I think it's Dill that does that, isn't it? It's one of the streamers that you ended up putting me in touch with anyway. Yeah, but will you end up being fancy and making a graphic for it? I think for every successful Miles Lewis Skelly joke that slightly ends up tickling you, I should get a point in potential. I think that's only fair. I think that's only fair. What do you think, Benny? okay. Well, then I get an attribute point. By the way, DeBounce, you aren't here to figure out what I mean by the Miles Lewis Skelly. And of course, we need to be clear when it comes down to the Miles Lewis Skelly. Miles Lewis Skelly is the greatest footballer known to man, and is the true meaning of the acronym MLS. Now, I can't describe this properly through words, so the best way to describe this is to showcase it through an image. Could you imagine if Miles Lewis Skelly actually becomes big enough that that joke is no longer a joke and is actually semi-reality based? Imagine if he actually becomes good enough to become a contender for the Ballon d'Or. I mean, he's a defender, so he won't. But that's just fun. It's a funny thought. You asshole!
I mean, it hasn't happened tonight, so this is the first for everything. One of my boys are gonna end up getting nothing. Oh, jeez, not bad at one. What was we get? Just called Marcus for whatever the hell that's worth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DJ Twisty in the Morning. Welcome with you down here on this jazz network of California. Everyone dance with me. You're listening to 101.1 FM. Yeah. It's cutting off because of the noise suppressor I have. Bear with me a second. I figure out why that's happening, because I do have a noise suppressor on in place that's meant to make this a weird thing, you know? But in this case, it should. I actually have it off, so I'll try that one more time. You're listening to 101.1 FM. Yeah. Maybe that's better. Let me know if that sounds better, Vinny. At the moment, it sounds like a man that's just been, to me, it sounds like a man that's just been drinking far too much on his forehead. His voice is about to cave in. So basically, it sounds like me last Sunday. Yeah, we'll be back on the bench. Considering we found the bench, closer to the mattresses, do we try it again? Do we go back to the mountain sides again? I think we do. The smooth white off the left of the mountain sides again.
Well, I do know why not, because it makes me feel like an ass that I'm not doing it right, but what can you do? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. By the way, yes, I am a mental incompetent, in case you were wondering. In case you were wondering what the hell is going on, I'm just a mental incompetent. But, screw it. Let's challenge something we can definitely challenge later on, because I'm a stubborn ass. And let's have fun. Now we know the pattern, so we should be grand. We can get a couple of hits off him. So that's up, down. He should, yep. Get 2 hits there. That's up, down, and yep, get 2 hits there. Dodge. Dodge. Hit. Boom, boom. Oh.
Ah, goddammit. I hope this isn't bad voices and later you can't change it. Okay, what the fuck is that? This is order. This is what it thinks the God of Gods is. It's what it thinks the All-Father is. The All-Father. To be fair, she does have a bit of a majestic All-Father feel to it, honestly. Maybe that's cool. Shit. You know. Oh, crap. Okay. Stay alone. God. That's the problem with these bloody tits. Amazing display of force maneuverability.
So, when you go back to the other FM save, Benny, what is the schedule going to look like? Is it that you're going to be doing the, I mean, it kind of is a super sexy crack voice episode, but will you be doing the CLG for the most part? Will you be swapping between CLG and the, will you be swapping between CLG and the, longest save every now and again, or what is the actual plan? I have somehow managed. Yeah. CLG FC is a save I record for YouTube. I found a sweet spot with YouTube where I upload one video every 3 days. I seem to get video recommended people. When I upload a video a day, I was getting shadow banned. Interesting. Maybe when FM26 comes out, I might do 2 saves and do a similar type situation myself. I can't. Yep. I can't honestly be arsed. Not arsed, that's not the right way to put it. I honestly don't know the way to do a YouTube at the moment that would end up being good. or have a good save ID, so who knows, maybe considering everyone will be doing simple crap, I might just do a Manchester United save for YouTube and then just a regular start unemployed and go from there, but we'll see. The FM saves will be backlog video, so the save will be more often on Twitch is TLS. Okay. That's fair enough. I mean, I have all of mine recorded anyway, so mine end up, because I'm simulcasting on YouTube as well, I end up having all of my streams there, if only it mattered. But the main save is CLG, that's my baby. My baby, my baby, baby. My baby back, baby back, baby back, ribs, my baby back, baby back, ribs. Why I thought about ribs there, I haven't a fucking clue, but hey, I did. I need to think about this and figure out where's the spot to heal, because I need to heal before I kill him. Here. Nope, wasn't that. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get a chance to heal here, so I don't think I'm going to get the opportunity, so I just have my 3 hits and that's it. Well, actually... yeah, actually, because I only need the Shaman Stone. Technically, I might be able to get away with this. When he throws the circle on its high... Yes, it is the best point in time to do it. The sad thing about when he throws the circle at the high point there is the timing is really, 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 really restrictive. If you don't start the heal the minute he throws it, it ends up going down. And I can't tell the difference in the pattern yet to figure out which one he's going for. Whether or not he's going for low or high. And by the time I figure out that it is high, it's too late for me to do it. This is a me problem. This is me. God damn it! This is me being a tit. But to be honest, now that I'm not overclocked and I still have the Shaman Ring, I should be much better now because I have 5 hits instead of 3. Because the Shaman Ring is the thing that does the most amount of damage. That's a bit too ballsy. That's a bit too ballsy there, if I'm honest. I think he's slightly higher up. Yeah, when he does the top one. I think that's the tell. He's slightly higher up. Damn it. Yep. So this is the high one, yeah. Heal off the bottom one as well. Fair. Time it right. Okay. And now we get the 2 of these. And now it's an entirely different kettle of fish. Okay. I call horse monarchy there. Yeah, and I call horse monarchy there. God. die on this one hit. Yeah, I was gonna say, I live or I die on that one health point. That was winnable, it was just me being a tit. I think I might win it on the next go around, if I'm honest. But the really funny thing about this is I'm going to win this, and then I'm going to leave immediately because I don't even need it. Well, thank you so much. I am, of course, let's say it, Jesus. I am, of course, the stupid sexy crack. Oh, god damn it. It is better to go into this with a full bar up so you can end up hitting him immediately with the Spirit Blast, but at the end of the day... Can definitely get 2 hits out of that. Good timer. This is literally a case of just slowing the hell down on your grand. Although, to be fair, that's most of this game. It's most of all of these type of games, to be honest. I'd love to go into the second phase of this fight with a full mana bar. I say as I use the mana bar. A tiny bit of horseman archy on that. Oh! Okay, wasn't expecting that. It's a nasty little hit that the two of them gave me there, I'll tell you. Oh, that's, yep. The minute I did it. And now I'm pressuring myself for no reason. Yep. Kill one of them, fine, anyway. One of we kill one of them. I think. Ah, that's me being a tit. Walk into that. The other thing too is I have more movement options than I'm showcasing there because you can bounce off the wall. That is a strategy. Now, this is the thing about my original playthrough of this. When I done the original playthrough of this, I did never, ever, ever, ever use the magic. It is the way to do it. It is 3, if not 4 times stronger than your nail. Especially in this base stage where the nail hasn't been upgraded at all. One hit out of the blast is worth around 3 of the nail. Like a prime example to showcase the difference is this. Like we just one-shot him, so it does an insane amount of difference in damage, which is what makes it insanely annoying that it's just not doing anything. Also, there is such a thing as perfect parries in this game, although it does absolutely diddly squat for you. Which is also very funny, to be honest. Yep. In we go now. Let's do this again. The Lord Mantises. Yeah, okay, that was I knew the minute I did that was a stupid move. Whatever about the mana bar being full, I have to go into the next round with my health being full. Ah, piss off with that. It is a really cool music track for the bosses too, isn't it? It does make it feel extra epic, but it also makes it feel like 1960s bloody Disney. It's like just a stretch. Ah, crikey! Oh, I'm getting old. I have only played one Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest 3, so I actually can't comment on that, Duck. Whether or not it sounds Dragon Quest-esque to me. Although I did like the Dragon Quest game that I played. It's not, honestly, it's not that hard of a fight. In comparison to some of the other fights we end up going into. My big thing with this fight is I am going into it under-equipped. Like, you can do this fight now, which is the reason why I'm doing it, to be honest. But you probably shouldn't do this fight now because you have no real reason to. The area it unlocks is an area you go into later on in the game. So there's no real benefit to doing this now. But still, you know, enjoy the crack while we're at it. Missed. Hit the bastard. Hit him. Oh, they have to be nearly dead. Oh, me running into that one. Yep, sorry. I technically have the monitor, so sleep. Just in case, and every now and again it pops up stating click something on the monitor will go off. Oh, one of them is dead. Good. That means we have the chance to heal if we need to. Yay, we win! Access to deepness. We've also found another way to get into deepness earlier on. Deepness is what's the best way to describe deepness? It's psychological horror made true is deepness. Oops. Do not die, crap. Do not die. Do not die. Okay, up we go. By the way, if deepness didn't terrify you before, enter, my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin'? How is life? I swear, all of you are curses to me. All of you curses to me. Enter and immediately I die. Enter, my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin'? How is the preparations for your scavenger hunt tomorrow? Enter is a fantastic streamer. He's doing a scavenger hunt tomorrow on stream. There'll be a couple of streamers interacted in it. Good old time for him. I highly recommend you end up having a gawk at it if you have the time free. And here's a nice little shout out for the poor fool. How is the EAFC career going this time? Did all of your members show up? Are you lacking particular... By the way, yeah, now that we have beaten the Mantis Lords, the Mantises refuse to attack us. Yeah, this is a really funny thing, by the way. Now that we've beaten them, the Mantis outright refuse to attack us. It makes this area very, very simple. They'll attack us if we attack them. But the Mantis village becomes passive now because you've beaten the Mantis Lords. They recognize you as their new king. So you can go through this spot with absolutely no issue. See? That was the head. It's really, really cool when you think about it. I have delayed it, pal. I am doing a birthday 24 hours in a couple of weeks, so we'll include it then. To make sure you're free. Well, let me know with enough time, and I will attempt to, my friend. I will attempt... Oh yeah, I was fucking wondering. Yeah, they do attack you if you attack them. But yeah, let me know and I'll end up doing it. I'm doing fairly okay. I can't complain too much now. Besides, even if I did, no one would listen. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this weekend. Interested to see how things are going to go with our mighty Manchester United. Hopefully we actually perform semi-decently. Other than that, I'm just enjoying the crack. I'm hoping for that. Honestly, I don't care if it's a 1-0 win, so long as we actually play. Well, that was my shout at the start of the season, that West Ham were going to get relegated. I thought I thought Mohamed Kudus's mattered that much to them. I genuinely think Mohamed Kudus, it was the glue that held that team together. And even with him there, I would have still put them down as competition for relegation. They look genuinely atrocious. We have a friend in the chat here, Benny, a streamer, who is a West Ham fan, so he's feeling the brunt of it at the moment. But genuinely, I think it is. No bother, Senior Duck. It has been an absolute pleasure, as is always. Make sure the crack is 90. Make sure you sound yourself, and remember, go home. I mean, yes, unfortunately they haven't. But the sad truth about it too is they've probably done as much as they promised they were going to do as well. Because, like, when they done the loan agreement for Jean-Claire Todibo, they knew that there was the potential for the €40 million buy-on clause. And I actually, correct me if I'm wrong on this, and I could be wrong on it, it wasn't even the potential for the 40 million buy-on clause. It was a mandatory 40 million buy-on clause. So they had to buy Todibo. So, yes, you had him last season, but you had him as your loanee last season. I mean, does it make a difference bringing him in as your full-time defender? Maybe. Not really. But other than that, the business they've done is interesting. I'm not a fan of that goalkeeper from Leicester. I'm not a fan of that goalkeeper from Leicester. Now, I'm a fan of Nicholas Frock, or however you pronounce him. I'm a fan of him. But it's a big question as to whether or not he's a Premier League striker, and every single look at him is coming up to the conclusion that no, he's not. He's not a Premier League striker, unfortunately. can he be a Premier League striker? Maybe with time. Maybe not in that team. But we'll see what ends up happening. I think now the thing is, there's 9 days left until the end of the window. And they survive not getting anyone else poked. Because if the likes of... God, who did they have there? Because there was someone I was looking at there that I thought if he got poked, they're screwed. Although they're screwed anyway. If, yeah, if Lucas Paqueta, who was originally interested in going into Man City, but if interest popped up for him again, I genuinely think they're screwed. Genuinely think they're screwed. And maybe someone might look in at Anthony Bones. At this point, I think all of the striking options are there. If the Weza deal truly dies for Newcastle, and this is, like, there's absolutely nothing for me to go on to think that this is a possibility, but it is legitimately my thought processes. It wouldn't shock me if Newcastle went in for Jared Bowen, because I think that they're literally that stuck. If Newcastle went in for Jared Bowen, because they couldn't get Weza, and they have to sell Lisa. So I think the situation could get worse before it gets better for West Ham, if I'm honest. But I will say, above everything, more so than West Ham looking shite, it's Chelsea looking good. I said it before, João Pedro looks like the real deal, and I feel very sorry for Liam Delap, because Liam Delap is screwed. He's screwed himself. He's not going to get any game time, is he? Pedro Neto actually scoring as well. Like, now that Pedro Neto seems like he's not just a complete carcass of dead weight, which he turned into last season for some reason. Why would they go and get Alejandro Garnacho? Is a question that needs to be asked as well. But hey, they spent the Caduceus money and not a penny more. Yeah, no, that's 100% true. But they spent the Caduceus money before Caduceus was sold. That's the really, really funny thing about the Caduceus situation. They sent it before he was ever sold, which is daft. Daft to allow yourself to get into that situation more than anything else. Like, at this point in time, the sad, sad truth of the matter is, the relegated sides will more than likely be West Ham, Everton, and Burnley. If we're brutally honest, about it, it's probably going to be West Ham, Everton, and Burnley. And now, I don't want Everton to get relegated, okay? I like the idea that Everton are the only team to never get relegated in English football. I like that idea. But like, you're looking at a true bloody philosopher's viewpoint. Everton are just shite, and they're not giving Deitch, or not giving Moyes anything to end up going down. I think Deitch would have been able to get more out of them. Now Moyes is doing better for Everton. Potter is doing for West Ham, and I'll argue that with anyone. But the sad thing with Potter is it might be Potter's fault either. Like, the rumor is that the board is done with him, and that the players are done with him. And if that's already happened, then I feel sorry for the poor bastard. But when it happens, it happens. Like, United had to do it with Mourinho. Once you're out the door, you're out the door, even if it is the wrong move, which it was in that case for us. You have to know when everyone's given up. Like, the big indicator to see how the Premier League is going to go will be the results of Burnley versus Palace. If Burnley versus Palace is Burnley versus Sunderland. If Burnley versus Sunderland is the debacle of shite that some people are predicting it to be, then all hands are on deck. Anything can happen. If we're honest. But how are things with yourself anyway, Enter? Are you doing anything different now that the scavenger hunt has been postponed to your birthday stream? Will you be doing the stream at all to tomorrow? Will it just be a regular Football Manager stream again, or do you think you might end up doing another Among Us stream, or have you been playing Among Us lately? Or if you don't want to talk, just talk or just stay in the background. No one ever needs to talk on any of these chats. I'll come up with something for the diary of the amount of constipation of the brain that I end up having. By the way, these little arseholes here, they're not now because I don't have the charms in place, but these little arseholes are the grinding mechanic you use for Geo, which is annoying. You don't do it here, mind you. There's a section you actually go to grind. I will say I love areas like these in these type of games that are so dark you can't see anything, and there's just end up bringing up a scary type of feel as a result of that. It is an awesome atmospheric touch to end up doing. Just enough light to keep things down, and you can even blow off the light if you want to. If you have any terms of arachnophobia, this is not a game for you, by the way. I knew that was going to happen, and I still let it happen. Where's the ants? Here we go. I will say it's interesting to see, like, they did get kind of ripped this summer, so it makes sense, but it is interesting that Bayern Munich completely decimated RB Leipzig today. Now that's kind of to be expected with RB Leipzig, yeah, or with Bayern Munich, getting with Bayern Munich just rip everyone asunder whenever they go up to them, even with Vincent Kompany as their goddamn manager. But, ooh. I mean, it is the right thing to do for me, but no, not yet. Okay. Again, the fact that the map isn't updating itself is blech, if I'm honest, but what can you do? The corpse of a gentiseed. Well, they can actually die? But I forgot that was a thing. I didn't know they could die. Yeah, there has to be something here. Oh, yeah. We can't go in there yet. Interesting. That's damn near end game content there, by the way. The joys of these games, you can just plonk end game content in your nose and just turn around and say, ha ha ha. Yep. I will say though, whatever about anything else, the actual primest showcase that the actual primal showcase that West Ham are shite isn't the fact that they ended up losing 5-1 to Chelsea. It isn't the fact that Chelsea had a 2.93 XG to their 0.9. It isn't the fact that they ended up having the first goal and let everything narrow down. The actual thing that showcases that Chelsea are shite is simply that Trevor Chalobah got on the score sheet. And I'm sorry, Benny, if you're still here listening. That is the truest showcase of why you're shite. Imagine the FM player, by the way, that had Trevor Chalobah down as an option and he actually scored a goddamn goal. Not FM, FFP, final football fantasy, FFP. Okay, anyways. I still have no idea. Yeah, the joys of this game, setting up situations where you need to spike up, and I think this is one of the first games that started this crap. You're taking the Kaizo Mario shite and making you have to do this. Thankfully, it's not actually that hard to do, which is the one good thing about it. I say as I butcher 10 Ways to Sunday. I'm nothing if not consistently a disappointment. How the? Okay, that's the first time I've seen a one-shot happen to that. Must have got a critical strike there somehow, and I have no idea how I did it. I was gonna say, that's some. Oh. And yes, literally, it expects you to do what you think it expects you to do. There's actually a section in this game known as the Hall of Pain where you end up having to do challenges such as that. So thankfully, I've actually gotten good at that side of things. How is this my first health piece? Anyways. I've screwed up somewhere. They were meant to be... I meant to have met a couple of health pieces before now, but whatever. I'm not actually after 100%, so who cares? That was just sheer luck. Sheer luck and nothing more. Now, that being the case, how do I find a way out of here? Because I'm not meant to be down here yet. I'm missing abilities. Even though I've been fine down here, I am not meant to be down here yet. So, yep, that. There are unfortunately enemy patterns that are just that tiny bit just annoying. Even though these guys are very easy for this area. I'm doing something wrong. Oh, okay. Don't like this. Yep. I really don't like this. Piss off. That's when you know the game is being a bit dickish. Registering that as a hit. The fuck? Oh, okay. It is one of them. Yeah. I was wondering what that was for a minute. Anyways. I don't remember this area at all, by the way, so this is me trying to play coy. Interesting, take it slow. Oh yeah, these guys. Yep. Yep, I knew he was gonna do. That's my fault for not moving. They're one of the hardest enemies you can end up fighting against, so I shouldn't have chanced my arm there. I really shouldn't have chanced my arm there. Especially considering I couldn't see, and I don't remember an area that you couldn't see in, so that's peculiar as hell to me. Okay, get back. Oh, god damn it. I forgot that some of them end up turning into that. Funny thing about the lore of this area is, like, you're meant to come in here after you get a certain ability, and that certain ability changes the surroundings quite a significant amount as well as everything else. So these enemies are tame at the moment. They're still corrupted, which is the reason why they're transforming the way that they are here. In terms of the actual story of what's going on. But at the same point in time, the really funny thing about it is because I'm here earlier than I'm meant to be, the game is in that weird trait of these guys are still in their kind of semi-understandable state. But there's some of them that just aren't and are popping up outside of their state. So like, that's a mutation of the character. They're not meant to look like that. So, by the way, the most scary thing about this isn't actually the platforming now. This is finding out where the hell the shade is. Yep. If I die now, I'm going to lose a lot of geo. Heal myself now. Shade should be somewhere close to here. Ah, oh, come on, Shade. I know you're here. I don't have to go down. Okay, so we found the Shade. Well, found it if we could hit it. Oh, thank God. Oh. Rat bastard. Oh, crack. I made that far more difficult for myself than I needed to. Just get out of the way before any of these transform. I genuinely don't care. Even though I can get some nice stuff. Doom, you gentleman and a scholar. What's a crack-a-lackin', my friend? I'll have you know I'm not mouldy. But the going is going grand and the hollowing is going hollow. As I go into the dark area, testing myself for death. Oh, there's the... Where are you? Where are you, Shade? Where are you, Shade? Where are you, Shade, you bastard? That's 500 geo gone. God damn it. Well, I was good until that happened, Doom. Now I actually have to kill everyone to try and get back some geo. But thankfully, I have, I'm trying to get better about the magic system in this game, which is busted 10 shades of crap if you're actually anyways good at it. My big thing with the magic system is you kind of have to be semi-stagnant to use it properly. So like with the needle here, you can move around poke all you want to, and the other thing with the needle is because it allows you for parrying, you can do that type of crap, you know, parry that way. Whereas you kind of have to stop to constitute yourself properly for the magic blast. What's with this? That is creepy. I know that's a glitch, but that's creepy. That is a creepy glitch. What about yourself, my friend? What's crack-a-lackin' with you? How has your weekend been going? Or is it the start of the weekend over there with ye yet? Is it still Friday with ye, or have ye moved into your Saturday? If you were a regular functioning member of society, would you be working at the moment? Yes, I deserved that death. That was me being rude. What the f... Yeah, I got manhandled there. I have no idea what the hell happened there. Well, I do know. I do... Game. I actually do know what happened there. What happened there was the... I got hit with the ball by the spider at the same time that the shade ended up coming true, and the shade's blast ended up... Yep. Good, so we got the shade there, which isn't good enough because we actually need some health. There we go. Oh, this dark zone. I don't have any benefit. I'd like... At this point, I'm just being stubborn. Which is carte blanche for me, by the way, but that's an entirely different conversation to have. Dodge. Dodge, ditch, dip, dip, and dodge. Okay, cool. again. Down we go to here. And rubbing off of that wall should not do that. I know why it's doing that, because there's the spikes, but it really shouldn't. Oh, come on now, Craic. I also know there's a charm I can get that lights this up, but that's later on, and I ain't no quitter. Till I decide to be a quitter. A game, for the love of. Oh, reeks the crap out of me. Nah, never mind. At least I don't have to go back into the dark, I suppose. I don't actually know, like, this one is one that transforms, but I don't actually know what the tell is that they transform. I just know due to the set design that that one transforms, but I don't know if there's a tell off of the minion's body, if it's one that transforms, because not all of them in this area transforms after, transform after death. Transform. Like, both of these do. Oh no, only one of these does. Interesting. No, good, I'll leave it for now. Even though I am stubborn enough to attempt it, I'll leave it for now. Kill you anyway. You will just be lots of pain in the arse if you don't. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that drop down now, to be honest. That will bring you back around. You do come back alive. We just need the Geo, so. No, you don't. This time. Yeah, it just, I don't know, maybe it's a tiny bit random as to when they come back alive. I mean, it's a cool mechanic. Creepy as all hell, but it's a cool mechanic. But to be fair, this area is meant to be creepy as all hell, so, you know, it's kind of fulfilling the theme of the area. So I just need to find a teleporting of some description, because I don't need to be here. You hear grunts like that can only ever be bad. Oh, it's you. Bloody got caught again, didn't it? That normally means he got caught by a boss of some description. And considering he's tied up in a web, it means there's a spider of some description here. This is the areas of the game I've forgotten. I remember a good few of the bosses from when I played it, but some of them... Seriously, they're creepy. Genuinely just they're not even designed that bad to be that creepy, but just the sound effects and the rollout and the way they move and the lifelessness and the way they come through, it's a phenomenal display of creepiness. Although, funnily enough, speaking of creepiness, for anyone that is here, and I won't go into my thoughts on the design, But genuinely, I would actually love for Pokemon to do some horror stuff, because they released the trailer for Mega Victory Bell, and it's a fascinating trailer of a showcase of why. Get to you. Anyway, it's a fascinating trailer because it's a beautiful showcase of how even cartoony sound effects can be used to make something seem creepy and weird. Because the actual, like, feel of it actually has a bit of horror tendencies to it, even though it's very, very jovial in nature because it's Pokemon, because of course it bloody is. Ooh.
Maybe no sooner.
You do later, by the way, have an ability that allows you to transfer between benches, which is a far more handy ability. But anyways, you brought back from the dead even afterwards? That's a mechanic I didn't know the game did. Get out of the way. Goddamn, are all of these guys alive? Fuck Nora! I don't think there's a single one of these guys that isn't alive. I don't know if that was the plan for this area, but holy crap, it's creepy. It's actually not a bad area to get Geo as well. Okay, well that is even more of a sign that the collecting Zoo could be a problem. Could actually end up being mildly disconcerting because it's something. What are you doing, you clumsy oaf, swinging around that rusty nail in the dark? You almost struck me, and if you had, it would be the end. Zoth the Mighty, the Renowned, the weapon of the Ender. Fair enough. A King's Idol. Fair enough. I figured there was going to be a boss of some description here. I was wrong. The fastest thing to do is probably go back up through the fungal wastes. I don't actually have capability to do anything proper down here yet, which is mildly annoying. But you do what you can with what you have. Interesting that they're already back alive. Well, not really, actually. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we've already found the bench. Is there anything else here we want to check? We can go up to the Frugal Wastelands going that way, the Frugal Wastes. I don't know. I don't know, Craic, I don't know. I know this is the area. This is the area I use for grinding geo. And it's because of these things. But these things are also the bane of every existence you will meet in this game. Because obviously, they'll keep spawning these arseholes. And you can just kill them galore. And killing them galore gets you your geo. And I think they spawn the guts of about 10 of them. Yeah, because once it ends up going into that state there, it no longer spawns anymore and you can kill them. But with that being the case, I don't need... Okay, so this is the dark one. Get the hell out of here for now. I don't need them yet. The failed tramway. Okay. And if you're not careful, it will spawn multiple at a time. Like, the actual fastest way to do this is to clump up 2 or 3 of these together and then get them to spuke out as many of them as you need to. When you have bonus geo collecting charms on you, you can get the guts of 1,000 geo every time you end up or it's way more than that. I think it's the guts of 2,000 geo every time you go through this particular section before you sit back down and reset the enemies. Also, by the way, these flowers, you go up here, you end up seeing that, and it gives you temporary health. Did I not get any of the temporary health there? Did it run away from me, or what the... Yeah, it ran away from me. Interesting. I think it's in here where you get the key to let the other trams work. I think that's what happened. I think that's what you get here. There's also charms, by the way, that make your health into nothing but squishy health, where you're not able to regain any of it. Gives you almost twice the level of health, which is fascinating. But, yeah. So much about this game that's intriguing the more you get to know about it, the more you play it. I mean, I was well grind while I'm here. I did lose 500 bloody geo beforehand. While I'm at this and checking out this area for the first time, this playthrough was well grind. Get back what I lost. Normally, with the first time I come through here, I just kill them before they end up spawning all of their guys. Like, just do... Well, tend to just go boom. Yeah. So to do this fast when I'm actually doing it is I try and clump all 3 of these up together. They just spawn all of their bloody minions straight away, you know? It's the handiest way to do it. Like, it is... I don't actually know if you never died and you never lost geo, if it is possible to buy everything in this game, finding the extra reserves that you get for geo and everything else, if you can actually get to a point where you can buy all of the charms without grinding. I don't actually think it's possible. Maybe if you were quick enough and fast enough and smart enough to straight away find the geo-enhancing charms, maybe that would matter. Maybe that would help you do it. But I don't think so. Well, so yeah, we have the tram pass now. So now we can go from one half of the map to the other half of the map in the tram lines if we find them. Spoiler alert, we won't be finding them before I find a way to transfer back. You know what's really funny about this? I've been playing this game now for the guts of 4.5 hours, and because of the roundabout way I went about doing this, I have only fought 2 bosses. Like, I'm doing this atrociously bad. Atrociously bad. Like, this is a daft way to go about playing this game. Funny, but daft. So I'm doing it 100% wrong. We should be back up through the waste now. Oh, no, we're not yet. Okay. Oh, crap. Jump into the bloody worms. That's the other thing, and this might be an illusion on my point. This might be the fallacy project or whatever they end up calling it. I don't think you get as much geo out of killing them with the shaman ability as you do as just hitting them in the head. Like, maybe that's just my fallacy. Yourself feel like an ass anyway, but okay, so we're back into this area here. We're slightly off. Genuinely action hit them because they just cause more hassle than they work. So we'll heal back up to 2 health points. Thank you for that. Get a little geo. Honestly, a bit of a waste of time, but still. There's no benefit going down that side. Interesting. Fire, burn it with fire before we die. Come on. What? Here. That. Kill. Oh, Christ! How did that happen? I could have sworn I had full health. That one actually bothers me a tad because I could have sworn I had full health. I would have bet the hand basket on that. They're doing 2 damage to me. By the way, there are some of these where you go into the hole, which is insanely annoying, but that's a thing. actual best thing to do is to be checking each hole, which is absolutely daft and something I won't be doing in this particular save. But like, if you want the absolute best thing you can do, you should be checking the hole. Get your mind out of the gutter, stop being phallic. Really? Huh. Where's the shade down here? Shade should be down here. I don't think it is either. I think that's the game lying a tiny bit in the location of the shade. I think the shade is up at the top. It just doesn't actually know where the shade is. Although, by the way, daft of me to do that and not actually get the health when I was already at full health in the Manosphere. And, like, if I'm a betting man, it should be up here. Yeah. You dickhead. So that's what happened. There literally was 3 of the arseholes and they all hit me at once. That's nice to know. That's absolutely beautiful to know. There was 3 of the arseholes and they hit me at once. Should be... Yeah, we're back here. Cool. Finally. If they're falling down, technically we're back. So, whatever the hell is here.
Go on, Galaka.
Oh, we've already beat these guys. I mean, it didn't do anything for us, but...
Go on, Galaka. Zano chere, chererel, go nele.
You're just a random prophet spouting horseshit. Interesting. Okay, so we can ignore that and ignore you. So we're back up where we should be. Eerie. Kinda. Grub already got it. What's down here? I don't actually know what's down here. I can make that jump. Should I make that jump? Yeah. But I can make that jump, so will I make that jump? Yeah. The spore shroom. If that's what I think it is. Scatter spores when exposed to soil. When focusing soul, emit a spore cloud that slowly damages enemies. Oh yeah, no, I was expecting that to be something else. Yeah, that's not near as good as I thought it was. Still good. Like, if you have a space for it, there's no reason not to use it. It's not good. Okay. Rat baskets. Interesting situation now where because you ended up facing stronger enemies, you have a bit of a placebo effect when you're facing off against these bucks that feel a lot weaker than they were before. Which I'm doing the same amount of hits on them as I was before, it's just they are easier enemies now that you've ended up facing off against the other ones, so you do have a tiny bit of a placebo effect as a result of that. Which is a funny effect to end up having on yourself. I don't actually my knowledge, this section here, Queen's Station, is funny in its placement. It doesn't feel like this is right, but at the same point in time, who am I to bloody say what's right and wrong? Yay! And we get another health piece. Oh no, so this was the health piece. The other one was a mana core. So the other one was a notch, and this one's a health. So that's our first health piece. Only took me 5 hours to find my first slab of a health piece. And we finally have the ability to travel again! Which, considering we need to go after Hornet and go into the actual city, is probably what we're going to end up needing to do in a second. Also, by the way, this Willow, I think you need the double jump to do it, because you can see what Willow is at up there. You can get up to that. I've done it before. I'm just trying to remember how. I don't think it's something here. There is a way to see what Willow is at up there, and it's interesting if you can do it. Ah, it's here. Yeah. So eventually you can slam down here, and then you can see what Willow is at. Fog Canyon too, an interesting little tidbit.
Oh, that could have been helpful.
Here, dearies, I set up a shop if you're interested in. Losing Geo is terrible on yourself. I've secured all, never go. Want to open an account? Here's the funny thing about this book. He robs your money. I'm not doing it again. He robs your money. Eventually you end up giving him all your money, and he'll just piss off and run away with your Geo. I don't blame the game at all for being a complete and utter dry-shite and doing that, by the way. But at the same point in time, screw the game within an inch of its life for doing that. I think now we actually, unfortunately, do have to go and follow Hollow. Let's go into the actual city and start the actual plot. Yeah, I'm 4 hours into this game and I haven't started the plot. Like every good Metroidvania, you can just run around like a headless chicken for bloody 4 hours doing absolutely bloody nothing related to the actual plot. Which, to be fair, is more of an indication of how I play games than the indication of the actual game itself, but still. I can make that, and I'm stubborn enough to do it. I just jump off the fucking thing, right? Nice! Whether or not I meant to make that now, I have another kettle of fish, but I meant it! Way around, don't we? Ugh. I mean, I don't have to go the whole way around. Go back down and then go down that way. It's probably faster to go the whole way around. Just ignore that crap. I say ignore that crap and then immediately get hit by it. I'm nothing if not a man of commonality. I accidentally went into a room that gives me no benefit, didn't I? I did, didn't I? Just runs around in a circle. unlocked it already. I did. I done something that was stupid and wasteful. Just to know that things haven't changed. Stop! Stop! That's hilarious, to be honest. It's genuinely funny. But it just is being a colossal pain in the arse to me. Like, it's actually funny how much the game is trying to piss me off. Now, to be fair, every single ounce of that is my own incompetence. But it's still funny. Blasted 4 damage if it hits you. 4! Bloody, it takes almost all of your health. This is why I kind of wish the map updated correctly, because at least I would remember that hole in there and taking you to something that is completely and utterly useless to me for the next wee bit. So this is the way into the actual big town. Yep. Locked off the last time because the town itself has blocked itself off. There is actual story reasons why that has happened. It won't go into it unless you check it, which is another interesting showcase of is that the right way to do storytelling. To each their own on that effect, I suppose. So that opens up the gate up to here, giving you your save point. Effectively, we're going against the wishes of the town, by the way, by opening up this gate again. So we're just being a dick to these townspeople who have effectively closed themselves off from the rest of the world, and are also the reason why all of the trains are closed, by the way. But yeah, we do this, open the way back up, and because we're arseholes, that means that we can end up going in here. The city crest, which I actually don't know where we got that, or when we got that, but we do have it. The Hallownest seal, the official kingdom relic. It allows you to dedicate the door going in there. The city crest. I actually am unsure where we picked it up, but who cares? We have it. We put this in and this opens up the gate in there. We have effectively turned around and told the people of the city to go F themselves. And now we've started the plot. Another minion that's actually fairly good for grinding if you want to. Not until these guys thankfully don't transform or mogrify into your versions of themselves. That's a nice little thing. It takes 2 hits to kill these bugs. That's even funnier. So yeah, we're in a building at the moment, and it's raining outside. I think the name of this city is actually the City of Rain. Great seal, none shall enter, none shall leave. Every seal, I suppose. Yep. We're 1 hit away from death. Thank you. We needed that.
Nah, me no biz.
The capital lies before us, my friend. What a somber place it seems, and one that holds the answers to many a mystery to pull us off from the sit-boarded residence, blah 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 blah. Fair enough. So, like, the funny thing about this is the first time I came to the capital, I didn't come to the capital. There is a way to spawn into the capital without coming to the capital. I actually don't remember how to do it. I just know that I did it. Because you can activate the plot without actually entering the capital, which is funny. You have to come to the capital in order to start the plot, and you can be teleported into the capital before you start the plot, because the plot starts literally here. Maybe one map screen. Must be a map screen. Mechanism for keyhole to go into the sewers of the city. Fair enough. Might as well just start the plot at this point. This is where the plot starts. Right here. You know, if I was an asshole, this would be where I'd end the screen. I'm actually semi-tempted to end the stream. Anyway, no. It's very, very, very good. The atmosphere, the ambience, the actual story itself, if you care, bother to learn the story, is phenomenal. She's the character that the sequel is going to be on about. Okay? Hollow is, or not, Needle, no, what is her name? Anyway, her. She's the one that Silk Song is going to be about. It is a very, very good story. At the moment, we've just run into her once or twice, and she's tried to kill us. She thinks we're a harbinger of doom. That we're trying to cause the end of the world. Hallownest itself was closed up, and ironically, by her bringing us to this city, she's the reason we opened it up. But yeah. This city prays to the Hollow Knight. We don't exactly know why, but we know that he sacrificed himself. So we're not the Hollow Knight. Yep, and there's the Black Egg Temple, which is up there. That's where the final boss is. Right up there. That big skull, that's the final boss. Which, by the way, if anyone ever gets annoyed at you at the fact that the final boss of the game called Hollow Knight is the motherfucking Hollow Knight, kiss the right end of my left arse cheek. Thank you, you cantankerous arsehole. The minion known as the Hollow Knight actually is the final boss of the game called Hollow Knight. Who would have ever guessed it? You cantankerous dick. I have had someone who got annoyed about that. Why did you spoil the game? I didn't know that the Hollow Knight would be the final boss of Hollow Knight. Like, sometimes people need a bit of common sense. Also, she went off in an entirely different direction, and I have screwed the pooch so much on this one, I actually don't know the way I'm meant to go. I've managed to do this. I have managed to get past this section myself. Although I went an entirely different route in order to do it, because this door was... I came this way when I found it. So I'm actually semi-concerned on where the feck I'm meant to go. But I'll worry about that in a bit. Oh yes, we can go over here. We can actually finally improve our needle. If that that symbol is correct, we should be able to improve our needle. Would this be the type of game you'd have any interest in playing, Doom? Because, like, I showed Blasphemous on stream a couple of times and streamed it a wee bit. This game, boss-wise, is probably harder than Blasphemous, but in general is probably easier. But it definitely has a better world design. And in my opinion, a better story, but that's incredibly subjective.
Vendasu. Ah, Ranjo Stenja.
The Nailsmith. Yep. Reforge it. He's going to give us the money, and we reforge the nail, so we're finally slightly stronger with our base physical attack. Also, that's just unnecessarily cold. That animation.
Vendasu.
Halo, and then we can make it stronger still. Fair enough. Now, the other thing, too, is about making it stronger, is it does actually change the design of the nail. It doesn't change the way that it works. You can change the way that the nail works. You can make the nail longer, you can make the nail shorter. You can do that. But making it stronger, quote unquote, doesn't do that. God damn it, Craic. Thank you. You're making unnecessary damage and causing yourself unnecessary hardship. It is here, yep. So instead of 4 hits now, we can kill them in 3, so that's nice. When they're flying, at least. Which I didn't know they were weaker when they were flying. I'm learning something new myself about the game I've already half beaten. Damn it, Craic. Anyways, the one thing about the City of Rain is, like, in mythology, there are a couple of places that do this, places that it always is raining, it's always pouring down. The thing about this spot is the music it plays and the whole lot is so tranquil. It doesn't make it seem like a bad thing that this spot is consistently covered in rain. Even though, in terms of the lore, this is one of the worst things that's ever happened to the town. It's disastrous that this spot is stuck in rain. Thank you for that. I'm just gonna sit please to fall the full way off of it. Reaction to that should be this. I need to get that naked gun bloody clip where everyone just slaps their foreheads and add that as one of the pop-ups that can be used, because that clip is hilariously useful in so many circumstances. Where you just go, you know. Interesting. What the hell is a star? We're gonna find out because we're gonna go down. I have no idea what the star means in this case. Oh, it's a shop.
Your son can.
Hands off, little brother. Many.
Velmi Arctic.
Wanderer's Journal. They're too common to find, so I can't offer much for them. I don't actually know what they do. Hallownest seal, and they can sell it to me. I'll pay a good price. Yeah, so you're buying something to sell it. The king and his knights are long gone, but the seal of a modest price. Oh no, this is him buying them off of me. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I don't. Well, no, I actually don't know if there's a reason to keep them. I'll keep them for now. For two reasons. One, I just don't want to. Yeah, we know where that is anyway. So we now have this section up here. The main thing with Hollow Knight that's funny is there are multiple endings to this game. Multiple ways about getting the ending. And if there's a certain action to get the true ending of the game, there's a certain action you cannot do in terms of story progression. And if you do it, you cast yourself out of the main ending of the game. Now what's really funny about the way this game sets itself up is it kind of leads you by the teeth to not get the proper ending. If you're playing it right and finding the boss of each map and playing it that way, they kind of lead you by the teeth into getting to a situation where you're going to fight particular enemies in a particular order that will end up knocking you out of the actual proper ending of the game, which is phenomenally funny. But like, the actual top ending of this game, fair play to you if you do it. You have to do a massive boss rush in order to do it. I am not confident enough here to even consider attempting that boss rush. I've attempted it once, and there's a section where you end up doing a tournament area that is semi-like it that I've ended up trying before, but yeah. The set design of the whole of this game is gorgeous. It does make you feel just what you want out of the game. As long as it makes you feel, you don't really care about the rest of it, do you? Thankfully, this game just happens to have good gameplay as well. You know, it's the best of both worlds, I suppose. Shit. God damn it. Got you, blow up. Get out of the way! Rancid egg. Interesting kettle of fish, that. By the way, can I? Oh, the seat is down below. Am I tempted? Kinda. Nah, screw it, I can't be arsed. If I die, I'll come back and get it. I genuinely can't be arsed going up. Trying to find the seat. I haven't got the place mapped out yet. Oh well, there's a bench upstairs. There we go. Happy out. You really don't want to be at this. By the way, I've mentioned these little grubby bastards before. I don't think it's happening yet. But you should always be semi-careful of these. Yeah, actually this isn't one of them. Just fair warning. Oh, the mapper's here. Cool. actually kind of surprised you were back alive that quick. Actually, genuinely, not even kind of surprised. I'm genuinely surprised you're back alive that quick. The toll machine, which, yeah, they've paid a bloody toll for the fucking bench. Arseholes. That's how you know it's a capital city, by the way. They're making you pay to sit down. Oh, we've never actually talked to ask about his name or anything. Long, clear corridors, because that's not ominous in any way, shape, or form. God damn it, Craic. You should not be doing so much damage to me. I also shouldn't be falling so pretty much, but that's an entirely different issue. My inability to play the game shouldn't be the game's inability to be fair. I think we can't do anything with yet. I wonder if me not having the map extras will matter later on when we found stuff like that. Because that's marked on the map if you have the little iconography that allows it to be marked on the map. It is actually fairly useful for finding them later on. Simple key. I think that's the key that lets us go down into the sewer. I think. I mean, it won't be long until I figure it out. Again. Wouldn't you love to have the ability to jump like this? Like, in terms of like the actual suspects of how big this is, like this is a massive jumping distance. Wouldn't you love to have that ability to be able to jump tall buildings in a single bound? And I'm shocked no one's come up with a hero that does that. I'll wait for it to come up and then I'll say it. Servanachal. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you, my friend? It is a pleasure to have you. From Galway, I am from Connacht as well, my friend. So it is a pleasure to have you. How is Galway treating you on this fine, rainy day? I'm doing well. I decided, after the announcement from Team Cherry, that Silk Song is being released in 2 weeks on September 4th, that I would go back and give Hollow Knight a go and go from scratch, and this time actually attempt to use the magic this time, considering I never did the last time. So, you know, actually use this ability. The weather is doing my head in, lad. Too hot. Yeah, well, it's very humid, I'll admit that. See, I have the wonderful distinction of being so genuinely hot that I don't need to worry too much about it being too hot. But I can understand that it is slightly annoying. But at least with you being in Galway, you have access to Galway Bay and the whole lot. Walk down beside all of them. You could go to what actually is the name of the water adventure park? I went to a show there once, the water kind of area. Oh god, I need to actually search this up now because it'll annoy me. Leisureland, that's the thing. I went to a show in Leisureland. Where, what was his name? Randy Feltface was there. Actually really recommend that. I like Randy Feltface anyway, but I'm a fan of comedians that, puppetry and all that type of stuff anyways. But yeah, Salt Hill is a gorgeous spot now. So, what brought you through? Were you just randomly perusing Twitch looking for a bit of crack and managed to pop upon myself? Or, what brought you this way, my friend? You were doing GeoGuessr at one point. Better man than I to do GeoGuessr. Not too bad. Have you played the game yourself, my friend? Have you played Hallownest? Because it is a magical game. Oh, finally have access to the lift. That's nice. Been a while playing through it again now. Nice! And what type of build are you going for yourself? And more importantly than even the build, will you be going for the secret end? Will you be going for the true ending? Will you go through the actual hassle of going through, going down to the depths of the sewers, finding the particular tome and doing it? And for anyone that doesn't know what I'm on about, fair play to you, you don't know what I'm on about. And if you don't know what I'm on about, fair play to you, I won't say no more. So I have the height of respect for anyone that's able to do that. I wasn't able to, no. I wasn't able to do that boss rush. Finally, another piece for a soul slot. Yeah, I was wondering for a second, how am I going to get out of here and then? Duh. Yeah. I've gone about this differently than how I normally play the game, so I'm slightly bemused until I unlock more stuff. Exactly where I'm meant to go. Like, in terms of the actual story for where I am now, I know where I can go. But it's just interesting because the game technically hasn't told me what the hell I'm meant to be doing, which is fine. And I shouldn't be playing this like I'm playing it for the first time, considering I played the goddamn thing. But that's beyond it. I have never made it past the Pantheon for the true Radiant ending. Interesting. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I can't get through the Pantheon for that. I've gotten the Radiant. But I can't, I haven't, much like yourself, I haven't been able to get that true version. And fair play to anyone that has the willpower and the time and the gumption to bother their arse to do it. I know someone that done it overclocked, the absolute insane piece of beacon exchange that he is. He done the entirety of that gauntlet overclocked. Ah, don't make it. Fair enough. Fine. I think I'll be going for this time around. Silksong's got me super motivated. I'm interested in Silksong, but I must say, and maybe this is my misinterpretation of it, Silksong is a prequel, right? I like how fast-paced Silksong is. Silksong is blatantly, obviously, a faster game than this game. And I suppose when you face her, she is a faster Hornet. When you face Hornet, Hornet is a faster minion than you. So I suppose that makes sense. But at the end of the day, I always feel a bit suspect when playing a prequel and the prequel character is phenomenally stronger than the actual main character. So they'll have to find a way to make Hornet seem really, really strong, but also either debuff her at the end of the game. Now, I know most people don't think like I do, so most people won't actually give a shit about this, but then debuff her towards the end of the game, so that she actually is at the level you face her here. Now, I know in terms of the Hollow Knight story, Hornet hasn't 100% decided yet whether or not the ghost is a threat, whether or not he is here to end the world and release the Hollow Knight as opposed to, you know, taking the Hollow Knight's place. She doesn't trust you yet until you go down the true ending route, which is the reason why she's attacking you so much. But at the same point in time, when you meet Hornet here, Hornet, every time you fight her, is legit trying to kill you. She's half-assing it, but she is legit trying to kill you. So, that means, technically speaking, in terms of mythology-wise, and nobody gives a shit about this but me, you have to find a way for Hornet to both be very, very, very strong in Silksong, since it's a prequel, and weak enough so that this little shit can beat her 2 hours into the game. So, yeah. I know that doesn't matter at all and no one cares about it, but that's the type of stuff I look to and the type of stuff I find interesting. I also will say, I actually don't find Hornet that interesting of a character, but yeah, it doesn't make sense for the community or for the continuity of Hollow Knight if endgame Hornet is getting bodied by early game Knight. Well, to be fair, supposedly Hornet has been... There is elements that Hornet has been at shit and she has been depowered. They mention stuff in this game, but I always found Hornet a bit interesting, so a bit lacking of interest. So I wasn't 100% sure of all of it. By the way, talk. Sure, whatever. Like there is, like when she comes into this, when we meet her, to be fair to her, when we meet her, she's tired. Like she's tired when we meet her. Something like that, yeah. Like, supposedly when you walk around the environment and you see the odd few little, you know, the big worms in the final area where her mother is. Spoiler, by the way. She's the one that has killed the unkillable worms. So, like, she's done that type of stuff. And, you know, it's just an interesting set of circumstances that I just know, like, it ultimately doesn't matter at all. Which is the funny thing about it, is continuity-wise, nobody gives a shit. And the game will just pass it away like that, it won't matter. But it is a funny conversation to end up having when you think about it. We literally can't access the bench. We don't have the power yet. I think we get the power in here. Also, by the way, one of the funny things I find about this game, and I don't know if you knew it, do you know how you activate the plot? Because technically I have only semi-activated the plot. So like the plot of Hollow Knight doesn't start until until the Forgotten Crossroads become cursed. Spoilers again for anyone that doesn't know the game, but obviously you played the game, so you know what I'm on about. And you're the only one really talking at the moment about this type of stuff, so I'll bring it up here. But the game doesn't really start until the Forgotten Crossroads becomes cursed. Did you know there are 2 ways to make the Crossroads cursed? See, that's the way you're meant to do it. Killing the first dreamer releases out the corruption because you're weakening the seal on the Hollow Knight. However, down in Deepnest, which obviously I don't have unlocked yet, down in Deepnest, you have the first truly corrupted enemy in the game. The enemy that gives you the double jump, gives you the wings. If you avoid the dreamers, and by the way, it is possible to finish this game without ever killing a dreamer. You don't have to kill the dreamers at all. If you go down there and you take that ability, you have started to become the actual true embodiment of the next vessel of the Hollow Knight. So you have weakened the seal. So you can activate the plot without ever touching the plot. Is that the name of it? No, sick. Let me check. It's been so long since I've seen the bosses in Hollow Knight, I don't remember their names. Yes, Nosek. That is indeed it. Yes, Nosek. If you go down and you face Nosek before ever... And by the way, you can go down and you can face Nosek if you want to. Like, I can continue to go down through Deepnest and figure out the way to get to Nosek. It's just a pain in the arse. It's just kind of the reason why I'm going around the spot. I'm trying to do it here as well. You can go down and you can defeat Nosek before you're ever told about the Dreamers. You go down and you can defeat Nosek before you ever have your second battle against Hornet. You know? Horsek is the second flag to activating the plot. Yep. The ironic thing about the plot in this game is the plot in this game does not matter. At all. The least important thing in this game is the goddamn plot. But yeah, no, you can end up doing it that way. It's a cool little thing that the game has ended up putting in there that as you, the knight, the ghost, ends up getting stronger, you become closer to you make the association to the knight himself weaker. You make the bounds that hold the knight together weaker, because the experimentation to create you made it weaker anyway, because you were meant to be. So like, here's the thing when it comes down to the story. The story is so weird. So you are a clone of the Hollow Knight. Like, we're a clone of the Hollow Knight, okay? We're just the only one that survived the torture. That's the reason why we don't have any memories or anything. We were tortured. That's what makes it so funny. It's also the reason why there's a bad ending. Because Ghost actually has free will, and it's one of the reasons why Hornet wants to kill you, is because you have free will. Well, there are multiple bad endings, but well, the first bad ending is that you killed the Dreamers, but you didn't unlock your potential, and because you didn't unlock your potential, you aren't actually strong enough to contain the knight. And because you're not strong enough to contain the knight, Hornet needs to do it with you. The actual bad ending is Hornet joins you in the container and lives in ever-living horror because she has joined you in there. And because it is 2 vessels that are in there and not 1, it ultimately will not be strong enough to contain the curse. And you have basically put this off until the next fool comes to try and replace you. That's one of the bad things. Then they added a couple of bad endings as well. So obviously the Radiant wasn't the original bad. By the way, maybe you don't know this. The Radiance wasn't the original final boss of this game. The Radiance was added in later on. Originally there was only the 3 endings, and then they added in the Radiance to give a true final ending. There's a bad Radiant ending. That one's actually cool, so like, yeah. So when the game first came out, there was 3 endings. Now I think it's 7. I think it's 7 is what the number is at now, because the Pantheon has its own ending, although nobody gives a rat's diddly ass about it, because no one gives a rat's diddly ass about the Pantheon. Technically speaking, the Pantheon has its own ending. Because otherwise you wouldn't do the content. There's the situation where you beat the Radiant, and instead of being a good person, you're a bad person. So you now in control of the chaos that has infected Hallownest. You decide, you know what, fuck them, and you make everyone infected to follow your commands. So you basically just decide, screw life, screw the people, they should follow me, you know? But yeah, it's an interesting game. I just think the story is kind of, like, it's a good story, but it's just half-assed the way they tell it. Yeah, no bother. I'll end up doing it at some point in time, and pop into any of the other ones as well. The Yanko. I'm a variety streamer, so I play a lot of different stuff. Like I'll be going back to Claire Obscure Expedition 33 because I'm playing that on stream at the moment, although I'm going really slow on it. And a plethora of other things. So come in anytime you want to, my friend. It was an absolute pleasure having you, and thanks for the conversations. And enjoy your next playthrough of Hollow Knight yourself as well. Thanks. Really sad truth too is if you reset this game with your shade out of your body, your shade does actually bloody stay out of your body. You lose all of the geo you had out of the shade, so you do actively have to go back and get the goddamn shade before you turn off the game. Otherwise you're just sacrificing a crap ton of geo for no discernible reason. Which I understand, but at the same point in time, blech. Anyway, back down we go to a debt that I didn't deserve. Like, one of the things I definitely end up doing is... Oh, damn it. Die here. We cannot die here. Worry about that later on. I don't want to stealth too far from the path because we want to get the shade back before we lose the nigh on 800 geo that we had. I have to be slower from now on and not be as impatient. Because yes, these arseholes show up, but at the same time these aren't the problem. Blow them up! done it with the other one. Pull up the shade. Let him touch the water. Shade, touch the water. Of course he didn't touch the fucking water. At least we got it, but still. No reason for that to be such a pain in the ass. Best thing to do here is kill every single one of them, but I am far too lazy for that. Although I don't know if this one-shots them. I don't think it does. Well, it would help if I hit him. You know, it would help if I hit him to test that theory. You know, my hypothesis only works if you actually hit the target of the hypothesis, you know? No, it just so happens that the hypothesis ended up coming out to be that we didn't end up killing him. Complete waste of time, but still. You can only do the hypothesis when you end up doing the actual commands to allow the hypothesis to work. And yes, I said hypothesis and not hypotenuse. I know the difference between my angles. And my theories. A very bad joke, by the way, I am well aware. Piss off. Oh, come on. Come on, brother, come on. Get out of the way, get out of the way! Barely got out of the way of that. Unfortunate. Anyways, another rancid egg. I don't actually remember what we used the rancid eggs for. I know they're used for something. Just cannot remember what. What a horrible name for my absolute grade A piece of fecal exchange. You piece of fecal exchange. Well, to be fair, that's on me as well. I should have been better at not letting the prick do that, but still. Don't. Please. Oh. Again, for trying to be bloody quick and not have to go the whole way around. If I've learned anything in this game is that it ultimately is not worth trying to be coy. Have the magnet on, so most of the time I'm missing a couple of these geos. I think the actual best thing to do this time is just stay on the upper path instead of going down, trying to re-unlock the words, Craic. Trying to get back my spirit. I think the best thing to do is just continue on the top path and follow through to get up to the top. When we are at the top, hopefully we will be able to actually get the spirit to come up to us once we go into the big room, and we should, in theory, then be fine. I mean, that one's on me because I knew the goddamn thing done it. Does it always come back alive? Because sometimes I swore it didn't. Okay, so we should be grand here if we just ignore everything. Don't go down the bottom path, up the top path. Ignore you. Hit. See. That happens. Now you should spawn, yep. Wait. Do it. Oh, Craic! I legitimately didn't expect that. I genuinely... That's a mistake. But I genuinely didn't expect that one blast would kill it. I'm honest, I thought one blast would be enough to kill it now. I would have put money on that one blast would kill it now. Okay, now, will the shade come up to me? Not if I allowed that to happen. But yes, ultimately it did, so that's good. Okay, so the mapper's here. God damn it. Got to be kidding me. Please tell me it's something as simple as just killing things. I mean, I've done it before, so it's something. I hope it's as simple as just killing things. No, it's not that simple. Damn it! So you're up there. This is blocked. Oh, here we go. Worried for a second. Holy crap. Oh, it was so simple as just killing all of them. It's just it was closed until then. Yes. It says that this map has a way out to the fungal wastelands, but this goes out to the fungal wastelands. Interesting. Oh, this is that. Ah, this is that statue. Although I am curious why the map didn't fill it. It didn't fill this section. Because we have the seat here. Some point later on, and I think I do actually need the water ability to do it, to be able to go and meet him. But, for now, you're humming really is one of the most annoying things in the world. Like, I know you're happy, but like, in this world, like, you're probably the only happy thing that exists in the entirety of the world. And I refuse to believe you don't know it. Even if a wife you look at it. Even as a wife, it's just as ignoring a wife would do this. Spin it around like a bloody hedgehog just to make sure that it doesn't hit you. Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, to be fair, this could have been a case where the water wasn't working, so, you know, do what you have. Also, crying shame we don't have the slam down move. We probably should have it before we come down here, and I kind of forget where it is you get it, but still. Kill ourselves. Cool, so we haven't gone this way. Sells rats and eggs. I'm sure it does something, but I still don't know what. I know there's a boss fight down here, so I might go until I get to that boss fight, to be brutally honest, just to do more than 2 boss fights in the one session that I'm playing this. God, creepy this bloody area can be. On spawn. I don't know if that's actually legit. Maybe it is. The whole thing that if you cut a worm in half, it migrates into 2 different creatures. I honestly don't know if that's an actual thing. If it is, that's creepy as hell, to be honest. Cool. Probably would be an interesting superpower, although at the end of having conversations with consciousness then, but you know, that's up for bigger debaters than me. Yay! Here we go. This is where we have the boss. After this boss, I'll probably finish up for the night. And I choose the greatest boss for last, my friends, because I don't know if you're still here, Doom. What do you think this boss might be if you were? So, fighting. Oh, he is here. He is definitely here. Oh no, come on. Ah, that's insanely disappointing. I would have bet money it was there. Which is the reason why I meant to make a point about asking the question of what's here. Here instead. Fair enough.
Mera, ako! Rumas!
Boom! Who are we fighting? The dumb defender! Yes, literally the defender of shit. It's actually quite a fun fight, to be honest. Yep. Now that one's on me because I literally just didn't get out of the way. That one's on me too, to be fair. Like, the one good thing with Dung Defenders, you get plenty of land. You don't in the harder versions of this fight. If that was the thing you didn't know, because there are harder versions of all of these fights. I didn't know he had PS2. Or I didn't remember he had PS2. I didn't remember he had a PS2. Are we oh, shit. Take me forever to get back over to him. Technically not. Legit thought for a second they had me dead. I honestly think if I had died there, honest to God, if I had died there, I was probably just done. I mean, I'm almost done anyway. It's late. At the same time, I honestly think I just would have closed the game and not opened it up again. Chance. I didn't actually think that was take longer if I keep messing up the platforming.
Mera, mera, ako! Rumas!
You don't actually have a choice. You have to go back and fight him if you didn't. Interesting.
Toma, 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 toma!
It's actually really, really interesting.
Doma, doma! Uri, mama!
I call it a distinct degree of horse malarkey on that. And on that one.
Doma, doma, doma!
And even argue on that one. To get to the next wave of this with full mana. Not if that happens. this phase. It's fascinating. You absolute dung beetle. I mean, that is what it is. It's not. It's a joke. But you absolute piece of crap. You ended up hitting me twice there and hitting me too. Interesting. I don't actually know if you can do any damage to him. He's in the ball like that. He's dead now anyway. So. In the background goes the dung. We got the Defender's Crest, which is... Oh yeah, you basically smell. This should unlock the other way. Yeah, because you've built up this now. The pathways up in the actual city should be open for us. With that also being said... Yeah, interesting. We're going down closer to the plot. Which was funny. I didn't think here is where... I knew you could get to the plot from the city. I just didn't remember the plot being from the city. Which is a really stupid statement, by the way, but never mind that. Also, just so you know, if you're wondering what the bloody hell is this, as in that section there, how am I getting from point A to point B, we'll figure that out eventually. This game can be nothing if not annoyingly complicated in its set design until it becomes very, very simple. Boola boola. Can't do it here either, we don't have the ability yet. Interesting. I'm deadly shocked that I ended up doing that parry right. Damn it. Read it. You shut up, you. You'll feel engaged. Shite. Well, I mean, I did just defeat the dung defender, my friend. So like, I'm not just moldy. I'm the defender of the mold. I'm even moldier than mold can be. Thankfully with me, the good thing with me is I'm sharp on my feet and I don't mind self-deprecation. Be anything exciting planned now for the day or yourself, Doom. Or considering it's 5 a.m. for me, is it becoming morning for you? Oh, sorry, it's not 5 a.m., it's 3 a.m. Depending on who you talk to, that's worse. I'm not hearing the hum of the dung defender. What? Oh, he's alive.
Eagle boss. Glory
Could've
mama.
sworn he was dead. Huh. Well, he's alive, so happy out. So I'm not the Dung Defender. The Dung Defender title still stays with him. So I'm not moldy at all, Doom. You were just wrong. I'm sorry for making you seem like an ass there, Doom. Asshole. Fuck off. Fuck off, game. I had full health there. Ay, ay, ay. I really, really, really wish I had that crush ability. Right now I could really use that, right now I could really, really, really use that, edge. Just to cut down on any of this. That hit bothers me a bit. But again, what bothers me and what bothers others does not matter, as long as we continue on forward. Let the cannonball birds blow the fuck up on themselves. Allow me to end up doing so. I do actually think that might be a clip to end up putting onto it as well. The infamous clip from the actor who plays Michael Scofield. His name escapes me, but he plays Captain Cold in Legends of Tomorrow. You know, the DC show. One of them shows up as Captain Cold, the Flash villain. And he turns around and says, every plan, it goes like this. Part 1 of the plan is come up with the plan. Part 2 of the plan is execute the plan. Part 3 of the plan is look at the plan fail. And part 4 is abandon the plan. Perfect plan organizational tool. Also, where the fuck is the shade? I want it before one of these arseholes accidentally kills me again. Come down! Where's the shade? Oh, fuck off. January. I have a sinking feeling they mutate here. Maybe not. These flying enemies are a pain in the arse, aren't they? The sad thing is, I know there's a breakpoint here somewhere. We can just find the goddamn thing before I die. No, although the tram pass would be useful here. I'm not going to put it in yet. We'll put that in the next day. As I know for a fact, in this particular section here, there's a... yeah. There's something here. The ancient basin, yep.
Make him noise, good chin.
Old caverns above feel right. Recent history, you and I go on to hell and give me the map. I know there's a section here. Positive there's a section here where you can transfer. Almost positive it's to the right though. I don't have the ability to get to it. You know what? Whatever, I'll use the bloody tram. I know there's a section. I know there's a section here. I just don't know where it is. I'll be self first anyway, because I don't want to die. The only reason why I'm not quitting now is because I don't know if the game is saved. Drop all your geo into the fountain. There's still something, I just forget what it does, so for now I'm gonna say no. Might search that up in the future and figure out what the hell it does, but for now you can go piss off. I want my geo. I think you need something like 1,000 for it to work anyway. Bulla bulla. Yes. Here comes the tram. It should be able to go. Press the going button. Yes. Whatever the next area is. There's the seat, which is our save point, and we are back out here in somewhere. However, if I end up coming back to this in the future, I'll do it then. Anyway, if there isn't anyone else here, thank you so much for coming into the stream. I mean, I'll do a raid anyway. See who's live. Yep, I'll send people over to Benakage. I very rarely get to raid Benny, so I must well end up giving him the love, even if it is just me. Anyways, on everything else, thank you so much, my friends. It was a pleasure to have you. Until the next time, make sure you have a great old time.